Hello, my name is Tamashi, and all I gotta say is Tama Days. Yes, that is my catchphrase. Do not ask. I am a grumpy Latina VTuber who streams 5 days a week, and on one of those days, I do political commentary that focuses on human rights issues. And, well, those... I guess it's a podcast, I suppose. A podcast I do by myself. Called TamaTalks. Right there. It's right there in the name. My logo right there. TamaTalks. And I do that every Tuesday. But on the rest of those days, I do variety streaming and I play games in a very terrible way. I suck at gaming, guys. Come on. Like, daddy chill. At this point, we all know that I suck at gaming. But I think that's what people like about me, is that I suck at gaming. But today is gonna be pretty serious. We're gonna get into the nitty gritty. A lot of bad things has happened. I mean, it always happens, I suppose. But you know, after last week, I feel like my conviction to still talk about you know, issues going on in the world, and especially the current issue of Palestine going on right now, and amongst other things. I feel like a lot of people were able to learn a lot from me last week. And it surprised me how much engagement I got in chat when it came to me talking on important matters. I was really happy that people were willing to answer my questions, even if they were to get something wrong or right or whatever. I felt like last week I got genuine interest in what I was talking about. And it may not happen again, that's fine. But the fact that it happened once, you know, where I felt like the most engaged from my chat or from whoever was watching last week was very important to me, especially since I came back from my hiatus. It was my second day streaming, so my convictions are stronger. I can't be, you know, a weakling anymore. Sorry, I'm getting messages. It's probably, you know what it is? It's not even messages. It's probably my nandake. It's my alert saying that I'm live. It's my alert saying I'm live. Chat, god damn it. I keep thinking I'm special, bruh. Also, no, I don't know why, but I just really like having like alerts in the background. Like, I like having that ding, 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 ding noise in the back. So if you guys get annoyed by that, I'm sorry. Not sorry, though. I like it. Now you're great at it. What? At sucking at playing games? Dumb. Fucking ew. I mean, at least it's funny. It's content. I shouldn't look. Allie! Allie just sent me something. Let's see. Did you know you're live? I am live! Wait, am I live? Yo! I didn't even know. I don't want to look at your chuckle quesadilla banana. Here, I'm exiting. This is toxic. Get out. Boop. But I think you can still hear alerts even if you exit out Discord, huh? Tama, we save the DMs for after. Is true. Thank you. Oh, hi, Fohawk. How are you, by the way? Also, hello, Ali. Thank you for everyone who's here. But let's see. The topic of today, well, obviously, I'm gonna do Palestine updates, of course. I'm gonna do Palestine updates, and it's gonna be really rough. I'm just gonna tell y'all right now that this episode is gonna be really rough, very sad, and yeah. So if you guys can handle that, I will be very happy. If you guys, you know, can push through with me, because honestly speaking, I really am like censoring a lot of the stuff that I've witnessed thus far, and I'm doing it in a way to make it more palatable for whoever ends up watching my stream or ends up watching my VOD. Hello, YouTube VOD watchers. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. But I'll do my best to make all of this more engaging and more interesting and educational as possible. I'll tell all the sillies off. Thank you, Fohawk. No, I appreciate it. Unfortunately, TamaTalks is one of those streams where I might get unwelcome attention in a negative way. So if that does end up happening, chat, I hope you guys can keep me engaged with, you know, what I'm talking about. And Fohawk will help us along the way. So thank you, Fohawk. But yeah, so again, Palestine updates, and then after that, I want to talk about transphobia and pink washing. I didn't put the pink washing part in the title because it's too long, so I couldn't fit it in there. But yes, I wanted to talk about that as well. So let's do a little life update thing. Very short one. So, and this is where the transphobia / homophobia topic comes in. So I realized during my hiatus at some point, I mean, I realized a lot of things, right? But in pertaining on how I act and how I portray myself on stream, I feel like I need to change, not like as a person, how I act. I need to change how I act off stream. Well, not only off stream, but also on stream as well. I feel like I've been, in a sense, kind of, I don't know how to say this in a nicer way. I mean, people have been telling me that I'm like way too rough on myself, but honestly, I feel like I've been victimizing myself a bit too much. Not when it comes to like the whole reasoning for my hiatus, but even before that, I feel like I've been too much of a doomer in a way that isn't productive, I feel. And I haven't really reflected properly on how I make others feel sometimes. Although I suppose it's a two-way street, right? If I want people to respect me, I should also be respecting others. Also, the whole point of me streaming and also becoming a VTuber and also talking about important issues is that I want to help people, and I want to help people, not help people, but I want to encourage people to change in a way where they think critically about their actions, the things that they say, the things that they feel, and the way they see things in life. But at some point during my hiatus, I don't know if it's still true. I think that kind of started changing last week. Like after last week's TamaTalks, I was like, oh my God, finally, people are taking me seriously. But before the last week's TamaTalks, I was like, I feel like people don't perceive me as someone who wants to help people and encourage positive change. Despite me doing TamaTalks, this is like, what episode is this? I forgot already. What episode is this? Hi, Tama. Hi, Sad. Sad. Can I call you Sad? How are you? Thank you for joining stream. Please read the pinned. We're going to be talking about very difficult topics. And, you know, a lot of people end up, you know, being really negative and mean during my TamaTalks. So if you're willing to do that, please be careful and don't do that here. But yeah, trigger warning, I will be talking about Palestine and other topics. But episode 12 saddles. I see. Thank you. That actually makes sense. I should have read that like that. Saddles. Well, hello, Saddles. Welcome to the stream and read the pin, please. So this is episode 12.5, technically speaking. I put 13, but it's technically 12.5. But like, see, there's already been like 12 episodes, right? So I've been doing this for quite a while now. If I've done 12 episodes, plus also I've been doing the Grace Trace podcast, and since Rhea hasn't been able to, do that with me because she's doing school, and also I've been just streaming more. It's been a while that I've been talking about important issues like this. All good. Thank you so much, by the way. I hope you can enjoy the show. Despite me talking about this for so long, I feel like my community my community. This is how I feel. Again, this is how I perceive things. I could be totally wrong. But I felt like my community didn't see me as someone like that, as someone who wants to encourage change and, talk about important issues, despite me doing TamaTalks. And the way at that time, again, during my hiatus, things are changing now, but during my hiatus, the way people would talk about me sometimes, like when I'm not there, it seemed like there was more negative stuff being said about me, or like not negative per se, but it was more like the important part of me wasn't being said about me, if that made sense. Like, I don't know if I'm making sense, but like, it's more like, oh yeah, Tama's, she's... like, people weren't taking me seriously, I feel like. The way people would talk about me in other people's spaces, I feel was in a way that really overshadowed, like, the bigger picture of what I want people to see me as within my streams. But if you think about it, whose fault is that? That's my fault. Like, if you think about it, like, come on, Tama, think about it. That's on you. The way people perceive you at the end of the day is on you sometimes. And in this case, I feel like throughout my streams, I've been probably portraying myself in a way that doesn't let people take me seriously, especially TamaTalks. So the issue at the end of the day kind of revolves around me. And, I talk big, you know how I talk. I talk big, while at the same time, sometimes I'm too aggressive with people, and sometimes, I go overboard. And I think I need to learn how to have balance. So, in this case, I feel like sometimes, my screen is changing in the background, huh? Oopsie. In this case, I feel like one of those things that sometimes I do without even realizing, and then I realize later, is how the small little things I say pertaining, the LGBTQ community, right? Sometimes I have been, in a sense, saying things that are low-key transphobic / homophobic. Like, I started thinking about it. Like, that's one of the issues. And I noticed this when I would sometimes talk to other people on stream, and they would say something that I would possibly say. And then I'd be like, wait a second, that's not a good thing to say. And then I thought about, like, wait a second, Tama. Maybe you've said something like that before. Also, how do you treat people, Tama? Tama, think about this. And I don't know, chat, okay, for new people who don't know this, I grew up very, very religious. I grew up having all of the phobias instilled into my brain, okay? I turned Catholic. Well, I was born Catholic, then I went super Christian, and now I'm at this point where, like, I don't know, man. I don't know what I believe in, but I definitely don't want to believe in the negative stuff of religion, of Western religion that has been instilled in my brain, right? Even as a kid, when people would tell me, like, negative things about you know, especially people from like the LGBTQ community, I'd be like, well, that's kind of odd. You know, they're going to hell, but not, you know, not you for cheating on your wife. That's kind of weird. You know, stuff like that. And I wouldn't have a good time at church because I would question everything all the time. But, you know, that shit was like shoved into my brain to the point where even I am like kind of confused about my own identity sometimes. And so I feel during my hiatus, I thought it would be very important and very good to encourage my community to maybe, you know, question their own biases when it comes to homophobia and transphobia, and also connect that with Palestine because there's a lot of pink washing going on, and then I'll explain what that is later. So that's the whole reasoning today as to why I'm gonna be doing Palestine updates, then immediately switch to pink washing / transphobia and homophobia, because I read a really good ass article, bruh. It was so good. I just like the discoveries I discovered while reading this like a scholarly article was so mind-blowing to me. I was like, damn, I have to share this with chat, whoever wants to hear me, you know, nerd out about this sort of thing. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Tama is great. Am I right, chat? Thank you. Hello, hi Snell, how's it going? Thank you, Fohawk. Hey Snell, make sure to read pin. Oh yes. Please read pin, y'all. Thank you, Fohawk, for reminding people of that. If you're good, then I'm good, by the way, y'all. So that's why I want to talk about this sort of thing. And yeah, again, trigger warning, y'all. Today's gonna be super rough. Very rough. I think I'm done with talking about my day, talking about myself. We're just gonna go straight to Palestine updates and then to the next topic after that. So trigger warning, this will be rough. Really, really sad and devastating. That's how I feel right now. You can kind of hear how low energy I am because I'm just really, I'm frazzled by the things that I've been preparing for stream right now. So please bear with me if I get emotional. Bear with me and push through with me in hearing all the things I'm gonna talk about, because these things are important. And there's a reason why the world doesn't want you to know these things. So if you're brave enough to hear what I have to say, then I thank you, and I encourage you to do the same and help your own communities. Okay, Yosha. So let's get started. So, Palestine updates. There has been a lot of things. I mean, every day something new is happening. Something new, something evil, every day. The thing is I kind of want to remind people, especially people of color like me, and also not only people of color, but people who are marginalized, who are part of a marginalized community. That means people who are usually, you know, a minority and often discriminated against. I want people to remember like why it's important to think of others and why it's important to, you know, to think about this sort of thing, to advocate for others about this sort of thing. Because a lot of people, including people of color, right, forget the tragedies that their ancestors have been through. And even forget the tragedies that are happening to them to this day. I used to be one of those people where I was like, no, yeah, of course, you know, someone might call the cops on me and try to, you know, throw me in jail, deport me for no goddamn reason, despite me being an American. Like, that's normal. Like, what the fuck? Like, I was totally cucked by American racism. Like, I thought that was normal. And I'd be one of those people who would be like, well, that's right. Well, that's America, fucking hell.
God bless America and fucking hell. If you want to beat me to death, well, goddamn it, that's your goddamn right. That's the American way. Of course.
You know, like, I would say shit like that. I was being brainwashed into, like, this whole right-wing propaganda through religion, by the way. And it's because my dad was like that as well. So, fortunately, since I'm by nature, I just question a lot of shit. And when I don't like the answer to something, I'm the type to be like, okay, well, let me think about this through, because it's not making sense, guys. And eventually, I fortunately, I almost said unfortunately for some reason. Fortunately, during the peak of me being bigoted, before I went to the dark side, I managed to find Hassan Abi, and started watching their streams and realized how much they knew about what they were talking about, especially pertaining to Mexican discrimination in America. Not only Mexican discrimination, but also farmer discrimination. People don't really know about that, which is a lot of not only Mexicans, but Latina occupation is working in the farming field. And I was just genuinely surprised that this guy knew what he was talking about. And so I kept hearing him, and that's where, like, a lot of, like, my negative biases slowly, I was realizing, like, why I was wrong for thinking the way that I thought, and why I was thinking the way that I was thinking, right? I had to remember my people's pain. I had to remember, like, being deathly afraid of some fucker trying to hurt my dad or my mom just because they were brown. I had to remember the times that, you know, my mom would get denied medical attention for me simply because she couldn't speak English, you know. I had to remember, even recently, about 3 years ago, my dad fell and the doctor wouldn't give him a doctor's note that said that he needed to take time off, medical time off, paid time off, that is, to recover from fractured rib. Okay, like from his, like, he fractured five ribs, and the doctor wouldn't give it to him because he's like, no, you can go back to work in the hot sun. Why? Because my dad's a brown man and he's tough, and he you know, he can go back to work. And of course his boss would, despite working for his boss for many years, he's like, yeah, if you don't have that doctor's note, buddy, you're coming back to work. And, you know, stuff like that still happens. All that shit. Somehow I forgot. Somehow I was okay at some point in my life with being treated like shit. And so I want to watch this video of a... Hello, Cool G. Welcome. We're doing a very serious talk right now. Please read the pin. So I want to watch this video of a Native American who was forcefully assimilated into an American school and basically American culture. Assimilation means where you have to learn how to... How do I say this? How do I define assimilation? I always call it forced assimilation. I don't like just saying assimilation, but let me define that for you officially. Assimilation. Definition. This is a very important word. But it's the process of taking in and fully understanding information or ideas of, and in most cases, it's used with foreigners assimilating into a new culture. And that's why I call it forced assimilation. You're forced to learn all of the, you know, the information or ideas of a culture. And here's the sociology definition of it. The process whereby individuals or groups of different ethnic heritage are absorbed into the dominant culture of society. So the dominant culture, an ethnic group or a small minority gets assimilated into that. They just learn how to live the ways of the dominant culture. Most of the time, though, that's forced. I see it as forced. I feel like I was forced to assimilate into American culture at a very young age, of course. Fortunately, like, my parents kind of tried to make sure that I could speak Spanish, but at some point, my school denied me that. I would get in trouble if I would speak Spanish. It was kind of weird. My elementary school would separate the Mexican kids from the white kids, and the white kids were taught how to use computers and shit, while the Latino Mexican kids, they were all like, yeah, they don't need to learn that stuff. They're gonna be, be working at the fields or, be druggies or something. So like all the important stuff that, like, basic important things that all students should learn about was discouraged, actually. And which is one of the reasons why, like, I don't know how to type. And I also don't know, like, very basic things. Like, I wasn't taught a lot of things as a child, actually. Because the system thought that I just didn't need to learn many things. and I, like, once I started thinking about it in my older age, I'm like, well, that's kind of fucked up. What the fuck? What? How does that segregation still is a thing? And I just never realized it. I honestly thought that shit was normal. And so this Native American, though, he suffered the worst of it. This was like where things were even worse than anything that I ever faced. And I hope that whoever watches this can realize that there's a lot of people who suffer this to this day. Forced assimilation, where your culture is being ripped away from you. You're being punished for speaking your native tongue. You're being punished for practicing your cultural ways. A lot of people still have that trauma and still face that to this day. And we have to remember that. I have to remember that. This is what my ancestors went through. And if you're a person of color living in a country that's not like your ancestors' native country, you gotta remember this pain as well, buddy. Because if you don't remember, it's gonna, all this bad shit that's happening in the world is gonna happen to you again. And if it doesn't happen to you again and your people again, it's gonna happen to a different group of people. Okay? So we have to watch this and we have to reflect on this, because this is the reality that's happening right now, especially in Palestine, even worse in Palestine. Okay? So let me read chat because, of course, I'm not reading chat. My bad. It's easy to internalize the bad things when it's thrown in your face every day. It's true. It's true. How is your day? It's going good. We're just talking about important issues. Adopt the culture. Ah, yes. Well, that's a good way of defining assimilation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Saddle. See, that's simple and quick.
What the hell do you think of yourself?
What do you think about yourself, cool guy? Yes. Can you explain yourself? What? You're a what? Can you say that again? Ah, well, thank you for saying you're a very good bad boy 3 times. Thank you for following. Hello, my name is Tamashi, and all I gotta say is Tamatees. Yes, that is my catchphrase. Do not ask. I am a grumpy Latina who streams 5 days a week. On one of those days, I do political commentary that focuses on human rights issues. Those are called TamaTalks, and I do that every Tuesday. But on the rest of the days, I do variety streaming and play different games. And let me just tell you, I suck at playing games. Okay, I suck at playing games, but hey, people enjoy watching me playing that, okay? But for today, we're doing serious talks, and since you're my follower now, I'm assuming you enjoyed what I'm talking about, and you know, I hope that you enjoy the ride. Let me continue reading chat. Basically, try to become the same and stop having your own culture. It's true. It's true. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Snow. Hello, Tamashi. Hello, Astro. How are you? Thank you so much for coming by. I'm back from my hiatus. Sorry for everyone who hasn't been able to be in contact with me, but I think I'm back. I'm back in the saddle again. Sorry, I thought of Saddle's name and now that song is in my head as well. But yes, so let's watch this. Let me just turn off the music for a bit. I hope someone can remind me to turn it back on if we're not watching a video. But we're gonna watch the reality of forced assimilation and the consequences of forced assimilation. Let me just remove my logo here. But this is a Native American man who's explaining his traumatic experiences being in a boarding school in America, right when America was colonizing Native American land, and still does, by the way. Oh, this is what we're gonna watch. This is going to be a hard watch. Please tell me if you can hear the audio or not. Actually, you won't. See, it's off. Okay, there we go. Let's go down here. I'm just scrolling. Okay. Let's hear this poor man's story, okay?
Hope someday somebody will hear me. My name is Andrew Windy Boy. I'm a Chippewa Cree. I did 2 boarding schools, one in Wapton Indian School in Wapton, North Dakota. There's Flandreau Indian School in Flandreau, South Dakota. Mid-60s to early 70s took me to the boarding school where I wasn't allowed to talk my native tongue or practice my native ways. It took me away from all of that and pushed me for talking that. It was my first language. I didn't know any other language. So whenever I talk, it came out. Cree would come out, and whenever I talk, I get hit. I got hit so much I lost my tongue. I lost my native tongue. The only thing I remember was my Indian name, which is Senukiyu, means old man eagle. That's the only Cree I knew. They beat me every day. They beat me. They cut off my hair. They made me kneel in front of the door where everybody come in. Everybody make fun of me when they come by me, rub my head and laugh at me because I was talking. They caught me talking.
Now the thing as to why I'm repeating what I'm gonna say, but don't forget that. Especially to me, I'm gonna say it to myself, Tama, don't forget that, because they did that to you. In a small way, of course, but they tried, chat, in my school. They tried to force me to not speak Spanish, and it worked. I was forced to not speak Spanish my fourth year of elementary school, and they kind of instilled this culture where it's like, haha, you you know, speaking your native tongue and you know, that's kind of lame. I ended up turning racist actually as a child because that's what I was taught. Whenever my parents wanted to watch a kids movie with me, they didn't know English, chat. And so they would change the audio into Spanish. And then I'd make fun of my parents. And I'd tell them how uneducated they were for not knowing English. And that listening to Spanish dubs of something was fucking lame and stupid. And to this day, I'm like, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of doing that to my parents, to my mom and to my dad. But it's like, it's not like they beat me into forgetting my own native fucking pride, but they definitely did brainwash me. And the thing is, some people do get beat. Like this still happens, by the way. You know, I'm lucky enough that they weren't beating me. They weren't, you know, trying to attack me. They were threatening me at some point, but you know. I know that at some point, you know, my ancestors went through this. Because, like, think about it. Spanish is not even my native language. You know, Spanish is also it's a colonizer's tongue. In a sense, I have forgotten my own tongue. You know. The natives from Mexico. They're also discriminated against in Mexico. Those are, you know, I lost that tongue. I know, you know. This has already happened to me. I forgot that pain. And many people forget that pain, the pain of their ancestors. But the thing is like, I have this little thing where I kind of didn't forget that pain because for some odd reason, when I see this man cry, I want to talk about it. I want to stop it. I want to encourage people to stop hurting people. I want to encourage our governments to stop hurting people with my fucking money, with my tax dollars. And I want to encourage people to you know, fight for others. And at some point I told my dad this too, because like, you know, my dad has been brainwashed as well. And I told my dad, I'm like, Dad, you forgot your pain. You forgot your people's pain. You forgot your own pain because you've been through way worse shit than me, gordo. I called Dad gordo. And Dad is slowly realizing that. And it's sad because once you realize that your whole belief system, the whole American dream shit is a sham, your belief system kind of crumbles because, you know, society, at least in an American society, we revolve ourselves in being like, number one, that's right. American, that's right. America, that's right, that's right. Being number one and being justice and being the land of the free, home of the fucking brave, and it's a lie. It's a goddamn lie. Now, this man went through a lot, of course. And same goes for people of color and Black people. They've been through a lot. But right now, let's talk about what the Palestinians are going through. Let me turn on the music because I don't like it when I'm talking and there's no music. So let's go through the updates here. So you can't see this part, unfortunately, but this is April 5th update. So today, what is today? Today's April 8th. There's many more updates that happened, especially during the day that I was streaming TamaTalks. As I was streaming TamaTalks, chat, a lot of terrible things were happening as I was updating about Palestine. I think last week I was talking to you about how that Palestinian director who was interviewed in Hassan's own house in his own room eventually got kidnapped and was people were attempting to kill him simply for making a documentary that was educating people on the realities of Palestine. You know, that was crazy seeing that, right? That was crazy just imagining that. Well, things were still happening as I was talking about that, and it's terrible. And unfortunately, so many terrible things have been happening that I can't even like tell you all of it. So that's why I'm starting with April 5th, because a very important thing has happened. Not important in a good way, but something that the world needs to know, and the media is ignoring once again, yet again. Unfortunately, the media is ignoring and you know, treating this as nothing special. But footage taken by one of the paramedics documenting when Israeli forces approached and opened fire at a PRCS rescue mission in Rafah confirms Israeli forces deliberately targeted and killed the 15 health workers. All crew was clearly identified with orange vests and PRCS emblem on ambulance with flashing lights, refuting Israeli claims. So this past week, all of a sudden, out of fucking nowhere, these paramedics went on a rescue mission in Rafah. And just like that, 15 health workers disappeared. And so what happens on Twitter, what happens in social media, everyone's asking, where the hell did these 15 medical workers go? Where are they? Well, what happens? All of a sudden, we find a burial of everyone there. They find the cars, they find everything, and they find a hole of dead people, which was these 15 health workers. And so when the media, you know, finds this out, everyone's obviously asking the Israeli government, like, what the fuck happened here? Why did you kill 15 fucking health workers trying to save people? And as always, they just go, well, Hamas was there, which is a lie. New evidence suggests the 15 health workers were killed execution style from close range. The bullets were aimed at one person's head, another at their heart, and a third had been shot with 6 to 7 bullets in the torso. The thing is I think either yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, or 2 days ago, there is footage that was released. I mean, it says so right here, but I saw it yesterday. Everything clear, bright as day. It was dark, obviously, but everyone could tell that these people were health workers. There's no need to kill them. The thing is it's a war crime to kill paramedics, guys. It's a war crime. You can't do that. You can't kill people who are medical workers. You can't kill doctors. You can't kill journalists. You can't kill fucking children. You can't. And how come this government can do that? Why is that okay? Why is it okay to do that to Muslims, to Arab people, to people in the Middle East? Why is it okay to do that? It doesn't make sense. And people aren't questioning that enough. For some odd reason, even you and me, think it's normal. We don't agonize over it. But let me tell you, if someone was doing this in fucking America or in England or in Canada, whoa. I guess America, you know, we're known for killing our own kids, I guess. So I guess maybe America's not a thing, but anywhere else, there'd be outrage, guys. But when it comes to people from the Middle East, it's okay. I don't understand. And so, of course, I kind of want to see. It doesn't show anything, but viewer discretion is advised. I just want to prove to you, because right now, you know what they're saying? They're saying that they weren't health workers. They're saying that Hamas was there. They are saying that these medical health workers were a threat. That it was a mistake that they were killed. That's a lie. No, it was not a mistake. It was not a mistake. You'd have to be fucking stupid. And no, they want you. Not even stupid. I shouldn't even be saying that shit. That right there was propaganda from me, by the way. See, I'm hitting my mouth right now. That was propaganda right now. They want you to think that they're incompetent. They want you to think that they're stupid. No, this is deliberate. They saw medical health workers trying to go and save people. And what they did is they killed them all execution style. And here's the evidence of that. Here's the evidence of that. There's no blood in here, and nothing is being broken here on TOS. But the audio is disturbing. Trigger warning. Let me turn off the music. Here we go. We're just gonna watch like maybe a 30 seconds to a minute. So this video was discovered on the cell phone of a paramedic who was found along with the 14 other Palestinian rescue and medical workers in a mass grave in Gaza. The Red Cross, they killed people from the Red Cross. You guys know what the Red Cross is. And the Red Crescent Societies presented it to the UN Security Council this week. Okay. So viewer discretion is advised. We're just going to watch a small snippet of this. So here they are going on a rescue mission. That's a okay, what is that, chat? Can you guys help me out here? I want to see if you guys are stupid. Like, if you had a gun, and if I told you, hey, kill the bad guys, what is this vehicle here? Clearly. Can someone answer that? I just want to see if there's like a legit reason why anyone with a gun should aim at this vehicle here. Oh, I cried when I heard his story the first time. Yeah. It's this story made me cry a little when I saw it. Exactly. I'm so angry and sad. Yep. It shouldn't be okay to do that to anyone. Thank you, Snell. Actually, you're right. Jesus Christ. Fuck, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. Anyone. It shouldn't be okay to kill people, period. You're right. I should be saying that. Thank you for reminding me, Snell. See, guys? Jesus. And it should be punished even if it was a mistake. You're right. Even if it was a mistake. An ambulance. I suppose, yeah. This is an ambulance. It could be an ambulance. But, you know, whether... I thought it was like a... From my perspective, it looks like a fire truck. Because it's red and it has the ladder here. So I assume this was a fire truck. But it could be an ambulance, to be fair. Like, ambulances are different around the world. But you see how you guys clearly this is not like a terrorist group. Clearly you guys are like, your brain goes, oh, this is a car that is going out there to save people. Some sort of rescue vehicle, right? You guys understand that. Just by looking at that. It's been 12 seconds. Here, look, see. 12 seconds, chat. And even you guys know what that is. It's a vehicle, an emergency vehicle. Thank you, Saddle. It's an emergency fucking vehicle. Why would you shoot at that, man? Are you kidding me? This is what the government is saying. This is what my government is saying. It's like, oh, it was a mistake. How is this a mistake? If I have 4 people in my chat, me, myself, whoever's watching, everyone looking at this can comprehend. Anyone looking at this can comprehend that's an emergency vehicle. We can safely assume that. Okay? Looks like a fire truck, rescue vehicle. Colors for vehicles are different everywhere. Yes, it's of course. An emergency vehicle. We can safely assume. There's even flashing lights. We can safely assume. I mean, flashing lights, it's a worldwide thing. It's like, okay, emergency. We can safely assume this is a safety vehicle. So when someone else looks at this and does what's about to happen, you guys tell me if that's the correct reaction, okay? Okay, clearly what is this? This one's white now. This one's white. Okay, I suppose the blue lights might confuse people. But I from my perspective, and I'm throwing crazy assumptions here, but this is an ambulance to me. To me, this is an ambulance. The one over there is a fire truck. This one could also be an ambulance. Safely assume here, okay? This is very safe assumptions, very clear, obvious assumptions that are safe. Excuse me. So they went on a rescue mission, I'm assuming, to rescue whoever is in this other emergency vehicle. So a lot of the things that happens here is that some brave souls go out there to save people and then they disappear. It's what happened to It's what happened to Hind, the little girl who was trapped in the car with all her family members shot dead in the car. She survived somehow, called the ambulance, and was begging them to go save her. That brave people who were willing to go over there, the paramedics who were willing to go over there, who begged the Israeli government to let them go there and save this child, they disappeared, along with Hind. Everyone on the internet, including me, for weeks and days, were asking the government, where the hell was Hind? Where the hell were these paramedics? They were dead. They killed the paramedics in front of her, and then they killed her later on. So, this car randomly here appears with, you know, obviously it seems like no one's in there. They all stop to go help and see what happened. They get out to go see. I don't know what he noticed. Was that there? Was that cracked? I didn't even see that earlier. So it was a trap. They went on a rescue mission. They were lured there, basically. And, well, as you can hear, and again, all of these people in this video are fucking dead now. They shot everyone. all the medical workers in there. We're not gonna watch the whole 6 minutes for obvious reasons. It's fucking evil, guys. Truth is, if you have the backing of the US government, you can do what you want, sadly. It's true. It's true. And that's why I'll keep criticizing my own goddamn government. What the fuck is this? Why am I? Because this is unwilling. I don't want this to happen, but at the end of the day, this is where my money's going. This is where my taxes is going into. Me doing nothing, when I do nothing and I don't talk about this, these people get killed in the most brutal way possible. Now this person, this guy right here, and this is their corpses, by the way. This guy here, his last words, one of his last words was said during this video, and I want to highlight that because someone translated what his final moments were. And what he said during those final moments, he ended up praying. Of course, he was praying to God. And you can hear him throughout the video, you can hear him praying. Of course, because prayer is a sort of comfort. And that is very valid. And I will never judge anyone's religion. The only religion I'll judge, quite frankly, is a Western Christianity, the most hypocritical religion out there, because this is being done in the name of Christianity, and it's evil. But I respect other religions equally. And okay, so he was praying to his God. And also, one of the last things he said was, "Forgive me, Mom. I just wanted to help people." The last words of a Palestinian paramedic in Gaza before being executed by the Israeli army. March 23rd, 2025. Never forget. So this was on March 23rd. I didn't even realize that. But this footage and the bodies were discovered recently, within this week. Within this week. And oh my god, and I'm just reading this. Look at this chat. Right here. A military disaster with dire and terrible consequences. No. Military disaster? A mistake? You guys saw the video. That was not a mistake. They were lured there. They were lured there, chat. Even this, and this is the original poster. He says, how can you with a clear conscience actually call it a military disaster? They were clearly marked emergency responders who were tied up and executed. If you want to just constantly make excuses for the mass killing of innocent people, please go to somebody else's feed. And unfollow me. I have no tolerance for genocide deniers. This, and they're right, by the way. Here, I'm gonna like that. Preach. I'm gonna like this as well. This, they're right. This making it seem like they're making cute mistakes. Oh, the military's doing a little cute mistake. Oopsie. That, no. That is propaganda. This was not a mistake. That was on purpose. You guys saw that? You guys are witnesses as well. That was on purpose. What's next? Next story. Last week I talked about a journalist who was killed, and we actually read his last his will, basically, like his final words. And it was really powerful, and it was really sad, and it was a rough read. Especially as someone who I try to follow Palestinian journalists and people who are confirmed to be in Palestine and stuff. And it's been hard, like, following someone on Twitter and then finding out that they died a terrible death. Now, this person here, I didn't follow him. But unfortunately, I actually saw how he was killed last night. And we're obviously not gonna watch that, because honestly it's really traumatizing, and I haven't fully recovered. Like, I might dissociate right now because it was very brutal. But let's read this. The death toll of journalists in Gaza has climbed to 211 people, according to the government media office, following the killing of journalist Ahmed Mansour. Ahmed Mansour. Mansour. I'm sorry if I'm reading these incorrectly. But basically, and I have to describe this because obviously it's gonna go against TOS watching someone die on Twitch, but also I don't want to traumatize people. But out of respect for the Palestinian people, I also cannot turn a blind eye to reality. These people are asking me to watch, to acknowledge what's going on. Mansour was correct. Ahmed. Thank you, gracias. Ahmed Mansour. Okay, there we go. Thank you for helping me pronounce that. And at some point, this is obviously not good for your mental health. It's not good for your sanity either. But the thing is like, who's suffering the most? It's not me, obviously. It's these people. They have no choice but to be murdered in the most brutal way possible. The least I can do is not deny that and speak the truth, you know? And I guess it's been 2 years now? Jesus. 2 years ago, when I first started getting into this, I think I started following up what was happening in Palestine more seriously around the end of October, towards the beginning of November. And it fucked with my brain so much. I think I would constantly almost either faint or like throw up, and I would kind of just go a little crazy about it. And I just could not accept what was happening in a way where like I just needed to talk about it. And during that time, I would, once in a while, I would talk about it in my streams, and I would talk about it in the Gray Strays podcast. And it's just like, I felt like I wasn't doing enough. I tried participating in protests, and it was just ruining my mental health so much, but I kept on doing it. And now I'm at this point where like, I've lost part of my humanity. And it's fucked up. So that's something also that, which is why, like, when I say I can't sleep, it's like sometimes I don't want to sleep because I don't want to accept the reality of like the world, what's happening in the world and stuff. And I don't, like, Rhea has been trying, she hasn't anymore because, you know, I've calmed down now, kinda. But she would see how this would be ruining my mental and stuff, and it's like, oh no, you should take breaks, you should stop. And it's like, okay, but like, that that's not the solution either. Like, I need to do more. I need to do better and stuff. And I feel like at this point, I'm just getting used to seeing these people being fucking... I'm used to seeing gore. Palestinian gore. And last night I was like around, I don't know, it was late. I was working on stuff, and I was scrolling through Twitter, and the most recent journalist death, which is Ahmed's death. Well, basically what happened was that I don't know, I believe he was this is me trying to recall what I saw. This is a video that appeared on my TL, on my feed, and it was people begging the world to see what was happening to journalists. So what ended up happening is that the Israeli military purposely targeted a group of journalists, and one of those journalists was, I don't know if they were tied to the chair or not, or they were like unconscious on a chair. But they were sitting in the chair while flames were surrounding them. Everyone in the video recording were screaming in agony because they wanted to go and jump in there and save him, but because of how big the flames were, they couldn't, and they tried to pull him away, but it was just so hard to pull him away. I don't know if it was from the heat or if he was tied to the chair. I don't know, but he was half conscious, and slowly I saw flames just engulf this man, and he was being burned alive. And all I could do, like, it was hard to watch. I could feel like right now I'm disassociating. I was trying to disassociate. I was looking away as well, but then I would be like, look at it. And then I would try to block what I was seeing with my hand, because I don't want to see someone die like that. I don't want to see gore. I don't. And the thing is, I had to, it's a reality. It's a reality. I need to bear witness to reality, and at this point, I need to bear witness to certain things and then tell you guys about it and hope that you guys believe me. Because I don't want you guys seeing that shit either. Which is why I sometimes, like, if it appears on my TL, I sometimes I just have to look at it and share the story, because this shit is hard to watch. It's traumatizing, and it fucks up your soul. It fucks up your humanity. And the thing is, I couldn't watch all of it. I ended up scrolling up, and when I woke up the next morning, which was today, I had found out that he somehow fucking survived. He somehow fucking survived, and he was in critical condition. And in my brain, I was like, oh my God, like, that poor man. I hope he ends up being okay. I don't know, but my brain was like, I was just devastated. I was relieved but devastated. I don't know, I felt nothing at the same time. I was dissociating. I want to throw up right now just thinking about it, but I won't. And a lot of people felt the same way as I did, and I want to reflect on that. unfortunately, just now before I mean, a few hours before I started stream, as I was preparing for the stream, I found out that he unfortunately died. And apparently this was sent during noon, so this was about 10 hours ago, maybe. But I felt the same way as this person. I hoped he would miraculously survive. I feel numb. We're not okay. And I feel the same as well, because like when I heard that he somehow survived, I just really wished that he would have survived as well. But like from what I saw in that fucking video, it was very brutal. It was there was just no way he was gonna survive that, you know. This guy suffered for 24 fucking hours. The most agonizing death you could think of. He was burnt fucking alive. I saw it. And even after that, he suffered the most agonizing fucking death. And died. And the thing is, there's no medical aid going into Palestine. They've closed the borders. There's no food. There's no water. There's no medical aid. That man died the worst way possible, the most painful way possible. And I cannot believe that I witnessed how he died. I have no right to see someone be treated as a subhuman like that. Because it's not a show. These people's lives are not a show. It's not a fucking, you know. It's so disrespectful seeing someone's last moments like that. But what else can I do? What else can anyone do? If I don't... Oh, God. Oh, shit. I see I'm about to faint. Oh, wait. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you for the head pats. That actually helped. Sorry, I did not... Okay, listen. I don't know why it's hitting me now, and I knew it was gonna hit me, but I'm not gonna stop. My body's literally shutting down because of what I saw, and I'm not in... I haven't felt this way in a long time. I'm glad at least my humanity's still here. A little bit. But I literally almost fell just now. Shit. We're not okay. There we go. I'm waking. I'm trying to force myself to wake up. I gotta keep it together. Listen, this is what they want, by the way, is for us to give up. For us to be so uncomfortable, so devastated by this that you just give up. We can't give up. We can't. None. And I'm not letting them. I'm not letting them. Let's continue. Next. This is someone else who's describing my feelings that I feel right now accurately. So Eman Bashir says, I watched a man burn alive today, and my eyes, steady, watched him flicker like something familiar. I don't like this music's too happy. Shut the fuck up. Let me try this again. I apologize. I watched a man burn alive today, and my eyes, steady, watched him flicker like something familiar. There was no shock, no breath caught in my chest, just that quiet stillness. That kind that settles in after your heart has run out of new ways to break. Somewhere, I remembered that fire was supposed to mean danger. pain. But in that moment, it looked almost ordinary. Like airstrikes, like rubble, sorry, like beheaded babies. It scared me how the world keeps ending in front of me, and all I do is blink. And that is literally what I was feeling in the moment. I was watching this man burn to death, and even like right now, my body's trying to reject the images. My body's trying to. I'm in so much pain right now that my body wants me to pass out so I can just not experience what I'm feeling right now. Despite that happening to me. Back then, when this first started, I would be crying my eyes out. I'd be screaming in horror. I'm composing myself as I watch this. What is happening? And what's going on? You know? It's horrifying how slowly but surely even I'm getting used to it. I'm composing myself to this. I'm composing myself with fire, pain, airstrikes, rubble. I keep saying rubber for some reason. What the fuck? Rubble, beheaded babies. It's just like the world keeps ending in front of me and all I do is blink. That sort of devastation is something that for now people are taking for granted, but in many years, once we're older, everyone's gonna be criticizing those who just watched and didn't care, and also people like me who, like, I feel like I'm not doing enough, and this person as well. But it's like, it's devastating. I don't even know how to describe this feeling, and I have to share these feelings. I have to share my pain to you guys, because if you guys enjoy watching my content, if you enjoy me as a person, or if you're my friend, I hope that my pain and my devastation is something that you value in a way that you don't, you think my feelings matter. And so I'm sharing all of this with you guys so you guys can also see how it's hurting me. It's terrible. I'm drinking water, by the way. I feel the same. Thank you for the headbats again, Snail. Hello, Vanessa. Hey, hello. Welcome back. Please read the pinned. This is a very rough TamaTalks. We're going to be talking about very rough things. Trigger warning. We're talking about Palestine right now. It's incredibly heavy, and the things you saw are not normal for anyone to witness. It's deeply traumatizing. It is. It is. It is. And, well, I've decided this is what I want to do. And so, and let me tell you, there's other braver people out there, especially those who are currently living in Gaza and in Palestine. So, compared to what those people are going through, my pain is minuscule, and I need a really, I don't even know how Hassan does it, honestly, but I need to be stronger, and so that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Next topic. If people aren't devastated by, the 15 medical aid workers that were brutally executed in execution style by the Israeli government, or by my description of Ahmed being burned alive and dying a very painful, slow, tragic death. If that doesn't move you, then let's go towards the worst part of all of this, towards the thing that hurts me the most, is the children of Palestine. I want to make it clear, because some people don't know this, But Palestine, 50%, at least it was, by the way, 50% of the Palestinian population is children. So when these motherfuckers are bombing everyone, they are aiming mostly at children. 50% chance that they're killing children. That's why the children death toll is so fucking high in Palestine. Why? Because the population of Palestine consists of 50% of children. And I've seen so many dead children. And as an educator, as a teacher, because I work with children every day, I work with 4-year-olds. Just, it's so easy for me to imagine them in the worst way possible. I know what a kid without a head looks like. I know what a kid without a brain looks like. I know what a kid with blown off body parts looks like. It's not good, chat. It's not. Thank you for talking about these things and sharing your feelings about it. It's important things. Thank you, Snail, for saying that. That helps me. Stuff like that, when it comes to important matters like this is a positive affirmation I really need, because I just want someone to know about these things. Knowledge is power, and we cannot ignore the truth. Evil only triumphs when the good man does nothing. And so, if I'm at least able to speak on things despite me not being a big VTuber, having a big platform, you know, I at least want to know that I tried. And so, thank you for saying that. It really does mean a lot to me. So let's move with the topic of children. This is a quote that we're gonna see be said by a mother. When was this? April 2nd. So this was documented being said on the day exactly last week when I was doing TamaTalks. This was happening as I was streaming TamaTalks last week. But look at this quote. Oh, my heart. My daughter was born 3 months ago, and today she is without a head. And then this person says, you know, fuck this whole world, of course. And so, I'm not sure if this is the same mother, because I think in the interview that I was watching, I think she said 2 weeks ago. So it could be another mother. Listen, they keep aiming at refugee camps filled with children, mothers, and children on purpose, and they keep doing this shit. And the images that I've seen are really fucking intense of children. I've seen a child without their head. And it's fucked up because this whole thing started with false propaganda from the Israeli government that has been debunked, by the way. They said that there was 40 beheaded babies, and that's why October 7th happened. Listen, I'm not denying any bad from Hamas side that has done to, you know, citizens. I don't condone anything of that sort. But the fact is, so many people are dying and are still dying, especially children to this day. You've seen the evidence of how these people keep aiming at at innocent people that are clearly not terrorists, that are clearly not Hamas, that are clearly journalists, medical aid workers, children, mothers. At this point, the jig is up. They can't be saying that shit no more. They can't be saying the 40 beheaded babies things. They can't. It's clearly a lie. They're using that as an excuse to do it themselves, and they aren't doing it. And we're gonna watch a rough interview of what happened in, I believe, April 2nd. And I will be reading the subtitles just in case there's any lurkers who are hearing audio and cannot watch the stream. I'm going to be talking over the interview because obviously they're speaking in their native language. And so we're going to hear this mother talk about what happened. And this is the Middle East Eye, a verified news source. And here, it had only been 2 weeks since I gave birth. My little girl, she had no head. A Palestinian mother says her 2-week-old baby daughter's body was recovered without her head following a deadly Israeli attack on an UNRWA clinic in Jabalia, northern Gaza. So UNRWA is a non-profit organization that gives the most aid and help to Palestine. UNRWA is actually the #1 organization that does that. And UNRWA has been demonized by the American government, the Israeli government, the Canadian government, the government in all Western governments, actually, claiming that UNRWA is Hamas is a terrorist organization. And a lot of those countries have stopped sending funding to UNRWA. And I don't know if America has, I do know, America has not changed that. I don't know if the other countries have, though. So I really encourage people that if you guys have any money to spare, please donate to UNRWA, because they're attacking UNRWA, like an UNRWA clinic. That's I don't know what else to say to that. But they're attacking, organizations that are feeding people, that are giving people refuge, giving people clothes, food, medical attention, despite it being limited. They're bombing those places. And when was this? Let me see. This is April 3rd. For me, it's April 3rd. And I mean, I live in Japan, though. So since I live in Japan, that probably means it did happen on April 2nd. So there's a 90-second ad, however. So let me just drink some water. Everyone drink water. I know all of this stuff is pretty rough. I'm still kind of in the disassociative state, so I'm gonna drink some more water. Give me a sec. Let me turn on the music. Maybe that might help me a little bit. Oop. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Yosh. What time is it? 10:30. Okay. Yosh. Okay, ad break is up. Okay, yosh. Yosh. Okay, here we go. So, yes, we're gonna watch this interview. I'm going to talk over them. I'm gonna read the captions here.
Drink
for
water, you dehydrated bitch!
I just drank water, but here, I'll drink again. Okay. Please read the pin, guys. For any newcomers or people joining in. Okay. I'm drinking water. Okay. I'm gonna... Oh, hi, Matrix. Thank you for the drink redeem, by the way. I'm going to be reading this, talking over her. I hope I can be fast enough. Especially for the lurkers out there who can't read the subtitles. So I'll do my best. Viewer discretion is advised. Nothing graphic is being shown other than the pain of a mother and her child. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me do my best here. We were sitting there unaware of anything. We saw nothing, then suddenly fire engulfed us. My daughter started saying I got out from the rubble. I removed the rubble from myself. Did someone lift something off me? I didn't see anything. I just got up searching for my children. The fire was all over the children. Where are your children now? They died. They were killed. It had only been 2 weeks since I gave birth. My little girl, she had no head. They showed her to me in the swaddle. I had just changed her and laid her in her cot. She was still so little, innocent of any sin. Now this is her daughter, the only child who survived. Seems like she's, I don't know, maybe 8 years old, I think. But this is her daughter crying, and she says, I wanted to be happy with you, Amal. Now, I'm assuming Amal is her beheaded sister. I swear I wanted to cherish you. I have no one left but this daughter. I wanted to have fun with you, Amal. So, I don't see any reasoning. I don't understand how people can turn a blind eye to something like that. But this child crying for her sister, who she only met for 2 weeks, it's not right. And I think that's very obvious and clear, but the world doesn't fucking care. You know, right now, this whole dumbass Minecraft collaboration with McDonald's, McDonald's, one of the top companies contributing to this contributing to killing this mother's 2-week-old daughter, this child's sister, killing journalists, killing medical aid workers, killing children. McDonald's is a big contributor to that. But they're doing a Minecraft collaboration, so who gives a fuck, right? Like, honestly, who gives a fuck? That's what the whole world is saying right now. And let me tell you, the most simple, easy, free way to help these Palestinian people is boycotting. Not boycotting everything, but at least the top companies contributing to this. I haven't eaten McDonald's in 2 fucking years, and I don't plan on eating McDonald's ever again. Why? Because I see this. I see that guy being burnt alive. I see that kid without a head. I see this girl crying for her sister. I see these people. So I just hope to God that I'm able to inspire people to do the same. Why? Because our money, wherever the hell you are, wherever you live, our money contributes to this. And we gotta hit them where it really hurts, and that's the wallet, that's the money. So, on April 2nd, while I was streaming TamaTalks last week, at least 322 children killed since Israel's new Gaza offensive, UNICEF says. Not in total. This is the new attack. Okay, that's what that means. New attack. 322 children. This number right here would kill everyone in my town. That's basically what that says. All the kids I teach right now are dead. That's what I see that, and everyone here that I teach is dead. That's how I translate that. Just let that sink in. 322 children. An entire town worth of kids dead. All my kids right now, I teach so many schools, you guys don't fucking understand. Dead. All my schools empty. And this was put out last week when I was doing TamaTalks. And so to kinda end the Palestinian update. It's not over yet, but I'm leading towards the next topic. I kind of want to show a song that has been sung for many years. I don't know the entire full context of the song, but this song has become a hymn, an anthem, a very sad song that children sing, especially now in Palestine, asking the world to give them a chance. And I heard this song 2 years ago for the first time. And I keep seeing children in Palestine singing it. And it's very sad to hear, especially when you know the context, or not the context, but like basically what's happening right now. Someone in the comment section actually did their best to translate the Arabic lyrics in the comments. And it says here, for people wondering what the Arabic lyrics means, it says, we came to celebrate in Eid. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that as well. And that means festival. We ask you, why don't we have no festivals or decorations? Oh world, my land is burnt. My land, my freedom stolen. Our sky is dreaming, is asking the days, where is the beautiful sun and the feathers and wings of the pigeons? Oh, my world, my land is burnt. My land, my freedom stolen. My land is small like me, small. Give us peace, give us childhood. Give us childhood. Give us childhood. Give us peace. They did their best to translate. And so this song is apparently was made well, this girl singing this is from 1984, by the way, December 1984. And I think it's a song from Lebanon, actually, during the Lebanon Civil War. And it just became adopted as well in other countries suffering from Israel's occupation. And so this child actually ends up singing this song in 3 different languages. So let's hear it out.
جينا نعيدكن بالعيد بنسألكن ليش ما في عنا لا يد ولا زينة يا عالم أرضي محروقة أرضي حرية مسروقة زمانك عم تحلم عم تسأل الأيام وين الشمس الحلوة والفوف الحمام يا عالم أرضي محروقة أرضي حرية مسروقة أرضي صغيرة مثل الصغير ادونا السلام وعطونا الطفولة عطونا الطفولة عطونا الطفولة عطونا الطفولة
So this song is very important because you will hear the children of Palestine singing this. So this was being sung by a Palestinian girl last year. Almost, oh my god. Almost exactly a year ago, chat. It's April 8th for me right now. This was recorded on April 11th. Jesus Christ.
جينا نعيدكم بالعيد بنسألكم ليش ما في عنا الأعياد ولا زيني يا عالم أرضي محروقة أرضي حرية مسروقة زمانها عم تحلم عم تسأل الأيام وين الشمس الحلوة ورفوف الحمام يا عالم أرضي محروقة أرضي حرية مسروقة.
And then, as of recent, I saw this earlier today. A child from Gaza breaks down in tears during a psychological support initiative. So, to keep these children sane, there's a lot of like health workers in Gaza who are doing their best to keep these children positive and stuff. But you know, clearly, that's not easy. She's doing her best to sing it, but it's like this song, this song is still, yeah. It's still being sung, and it seems like things are getting only worse. April 4th, 2025, exactly a year later, another child is still singing this song. So it's sad, it's a shame. And to end the well, not really ending again, I'm gonna transition to the next topic. But I want to read this passage in this book that really, really like touched me deeply. One of the many moments in Omar El-Akkad's new book, "One day everyone will have always been against this. This will stop you in your tracks." So I really want to read this page in this book. It says, "There is an impulse in moments like this to appeal to self-interest, to say, though these horrors you are allowing to happen, they will come to your doorstep one day. To repeat the famous phrase about who they came for first and who they'll come for next. But this appeal cannot, in matter of fact, work. If the people well served by a system that condones such butchery ever truly believed the same butchery could one day be inflicted on them, they'd tear the system down tomorrow. And anyway, by the time such a thing happens, the rest of us will already be dead. There is no terrible thing coming for you in some distant future, but know that a terrible thing is happening to you now. You're being asked to kill off a part of you that would otherwise scream in opposition to injustice. You are being asked to dismantle the machinery of a functioning conscience. Who cares if diplomatic expediency prefers you shrug away the sight of dismembered children? Who cares if great distance from bloodstained middle allows obliviousness? Forget pity, forget even the dead if you must, but at least fight against the theft of your soul. And here's the thing. Basically what this is saying is that earlier I started the stream saying, hey, people are forgetting the things that has happened to them. And if it hasn't happened to them yet, well, it's gonna happen to them in the future. The thing is like, everyone knows that. The thing is if people truly believe that, this wouldn't be happening right now. So if what I said earlier in the stream, when I showed that Native Americans, story, and also showing the, updating you guys on the news on Palestine, if me saying that that's going to happen to others, to you, or eventually will happen to you again someday, if that doesn't matter to you, well, at least do not throw away your soul, because you are throwing away your humanity, your soul. Like I've been saying, me getting used to this, me just like, eventually getting used to seeing these people being killed. Forget pity then. If pity is not a strong enough conviction for you, forget even the dead if you must, but at least fight against the theft of your soul. So that is something that I also will beg to whoever is watching this right now. Now let's transition to the next topic a little bit. I want to kind of ask people, it's like, okay, well, why? What? So the question I ask is like, what exactly is being done or has helped aid in people getting used to this bloodshed? Like what is going on? What is the tactic here that our governments are doing and using to justify genocide? And unfortunately, one of the really major successes in justifying genocide is actually pinkwashing. And pinkwashing is basically using the LGBTQ community to justify genocide. And the way they do that is by claiming that, all these, here, give me a sec. I don't want to see this. There you go. Is basically, saying like, oh my gosh, people from the Middle East hate the LGBTQ community. If you stepped foot in the Middle East, they would kill you. So it's okay if we kill children. That's basically what they're saying. And, first of all, it's like, even if that was true, nothing justifies genocide. And also, like, I mean, America does that all the time. Like, what are you saying, buddy? Like, we fucking discriminate against the LGBTQ community all the time. Heck, fucking J.K. Rowling claims that she's part of that community, but like what was it, 2 days ago or yesterday, she was like randomly attacking ace people. And also she's a transphobe. but she uses the LGBT, well, not just LG, okay, just, I don't even know, like, what is she pro? I don't even know what she's pro. Like, she hates trans people, but like at the same time, like, I guess she's only pro gay. Is that what she is? I think she confuses me a little bit, but she uses that as an excuse to discriminate against trans people. So it's like, sometimes when people use a very profitable marginalized community to justify being evil towards another marginalized community, it's up to us to see the difference between those things. I think J.K. Rowling is allergic to good takes, actually. Well, that's true, I suppose. I don't think she's ever had a good take. And if she's allergic to that, well, how come, like, what's going on? Like, okay, I need to not say, okay, chill. I was about to say something not nice. No, but she pissed me off, literally, with that whole thing. I didn't even expect people, it's not like it got traction, but I was just genuinely very angry at what I read, that I was like, I'm gonna quote retweet this bitch. Why is she attacking me? I mean, she attacks everyone, of course, but I was really genuinely angry and pissed at her. I wanna see, like, here, is it this one? There you go. It's got stupid bitch. Where is she? This. She goes literally out of nowhere. What was it? 2 days ago, she goes, "Happy International Fake Oppression Day to everyone who wants complete strangers to know they don't fancy a shag." That's what she said for International Asexuality Day, April 6th. Asexuality is where a person experiences little to no sexual attraction. Asexual people can form deep emotional connections and relationships, but don't experience sexual attraction in the same way as others. And honestly, quite frankly, I'm used to like the LGBTQ community not accepting that. So I don't even say I'm queer. I always say I'm straight because people don't take me seriously when I say I'm ace. So it's just very easy for me to do that. But then this bitch comes out of nowhere and literally says that I just want to let people know that I don't fancy a shag. Bitch, I can fancy a shag if I want to. Whatever the fuck that means. Bitch, I can fancy anything. I can't just feel those things. That's like, you're so wrong. You don't know what you're saying. You're a stupid cunt. That's what you are. And so I quote retweeted her and I was like, where the fuck does the definition of asexuality say that everyone does not fancy J.K. Rowling though? Because bitch, you're the shag fucking bitch. This is what I mean. I don't support all women. Because some of you bitches are fucking stupid, bruh. What did I say? And then I said, I mean, I suppose it's true, but kind of surprising an author cannot read. Literally. There's nothing about shags here. Like, the thing is that asexual people can experience love. I want love in my life. And it can be with whoever the fuck I want to. And then everyone, it's a spectrum. God fucking damn it. Not everyone can just be like, oh, I'm horny for this person. That's all it means. It doesn't mean that I don't like people who are able to be sexual. What the fuck is her problem? Like, what, is she crazy? What's going on? But it's people like this who encourage genocide, by the way. Which is why I'm mentioning her. I don't even fucking... God. I should talk about this in the Gray Straits podcast, by the way. Rhea would be so fucking... No, yeah, and then I was raging. I was so mad. I was like, okay, am I part of the... Because a lot of people say that to me, by the way. Like, I just, like... I just get put in the straight category, and it's kind of fucking annoying, because it's like, well... If I was a straight person, then I wouldn't be saying I'm ace, right? But whatever. And then I started, like... fucking getting angry. Ah! But this is unimportant, unrelated. Boop. The thing is that stuff like that, people who claim to care for the LGBTQ plus community usually use that for evil, just like J.K. Rowling. Oh, I mean, she's only like pro same sex. That's it. Anything else is bad, apparently, in her eyes. And that's not right. And so it's up to us to see the difference, okay? So here I want to watch a video explaining what pink washing is. But actually let me calm down. Let me drink water, actually. Okay. I'm very angry with her and so many people in her comments. Yeah, Snell replied to that. And I was like, thank you, Snell, you're real. Snell, we need more civic buildings. God damn it, because these people are just fucking stupid. We need civic buildings without J.K. Rowling books. And other idiotic shit like that. For sure, ace is so misunderstood and there's so much ace phobia. And I don't talk about it because like even I get brainwashed into I'm like, okay, well technically I guess I'm straight, so like fuck me and my feelings, right? But it's so annoying with this stupid ass famous author shitting on me with the same talking points that a lot of people from the LGBTQ community say to me. Ugh. And so it's like, okay, well listen here, people. You're agreeing with the transphobe, by the way. And I usually stay in my lane because I know that y'all get more discriminated than me. I agree with that. And that's why I don't say anything about my asexual identity most of the time. But if she's going after me, you're agreeing with the transphobe. But just think about that. And that's the same sentiment with this whole Palestine genocide thing. If you're so pro-Israel... I'm gonna choke. Wait, give me a sec. I'm dying all of a sudden. See, I'm dying. I'm talking about a shag and I'm dying. This is why you don't mention J.K. Rowling in front of me, fuck. I'm so happy that as a kid I never liked her shit. I was watching a movie with my dad and I was like, Dad, this shit sucks. And he was like, okay, Tom, I won't watch this with you. Never read the books. I watched the movie with my dad. I was like 5 and I said, Dad, this shit sucks. I don't like it. Put something else. It's like, you right. Thank God. As a kid, I knew the vibes were off. All I remember is some ghosty girly in the toilet and I didn't like it for some reason. And then there was this like big ass snake. That's all I remember. And I was like, Dad, fuck this shit. And he's like, okay. Shit. But no, yeah, like people from the LGBTQ community that are pro-Israel unfortunately have been using that for evil. So I just want to and obviously they don't represent the entire community. Let's be fucking obvious here, but it's a huge issue. This is a genuine like excuse as to why we should kill children in Palestine. And so let's watch this video. Jesus Christ, I'm dying. Fancy a shag means want to have sex. Well, no, yes, I know, but it's like a shag. I don't know. Isn't that also a discriminatory word? Let me look it up. I'm not British. I'm not an L, but okay, calm down, Tama. Let me see. But being American is also an L. I'm just joking. Chill. Don't be spreading rumors. Oh, she hates British people. Shut the fuck up. I'm joking. Shag in British. Is that here? Let's see what that means. I feel like that's like cunt. Is a vulgar slang term meaning to have sexual intercourse. Oh my god, you know? The word shag is a euphemism for sexual intercourse and is considered vulgar and offensive in British English. While the word may be used in informal context, it's important to be aware of its potentially offensive nature. He shagged her last night, chat. Fancy a shag. Oh. So I misunderstood. But I'm not British. So, like, I don't see that as... She's a shag. I don't know. She's a having sex. She's a having sex, chat. I don't know. It's just... It sounded so mean I didn't like it. And she's British, so fuck her. That's all y'all need to know. Imagine walking into someone else's business and tell them how to run it. Well, I can't I see it. It always happens. Shit. Slag is discriminatory. Slag? Oh shit. No, yeah, the automod. I don't know what slag means. Twitch, I don't know what that means. Okay, I'm not saying that. Well, I just said it, but chat, I mean, Twitch, listen, I read it. Even the mod got you it. Oh, that's probably what I thought it meant. I was close. Don't die, daddy. Okay, I won't die for you. I searched a shag discrimination and first thing I get is Wikipedia about discrimination against asexual people. Oh wait, really? What the fuck? I got auto-modded. Also, shag isn't considered discriminatory anymore with the younger people. Anymore, but yeah, replace the H with L and you get the bad word. It's like saying whore. No, yeah, that's what the feeling that I got from her. Is that that's what she was trying to say. And so, like, you know, it's like we all know what she was trying to say, you know? It's like, I don't fancy a whore. It's like, well, I can fancy a whore if I want to. Like, what do you mean? That's not how it works, dummy. No, I saw this reply that was actually really fucking funny. I kind of want to look at it because I laughed so hard when I saw a reply to this. It made me laugh so hard because for some odd reason, I don't know who the fuck mentioned. Here, let me look at it. Let me see if I can find it. Like, I liked a random ass reply. I just could not believe she just randomly said that. Like, what's her problem? What a loser. Did I not save it? It was so fucking funny. Oh wait, maybe it's in my likes. I'm sure I liked it. Did they bring likes back? They did. Oh my god, but just for me. Just for me, chat. Don't look at my likes, chat. What the fuck? Where did it go? I swear. Oh, I hate it when it does that, bro. It was so fucking funny to me. God damn it. Did they delete it? I was like... Oh my god, and she's replying to people too. What a loser. But basically what the reply was like, JK Rowling listening to the Green Goblin mask telling her to attack asexual people. And I'm just imagining the Green Goblin mask just telling her, "J.K. Rowling."
And the asexual people, they're the evil people. Get them, J.K. Rowling. Kill them.
And then she going,
yes.
and it's just writing that fucking dumbass tweet. Like, what the fuck? It was just, it was literally kind of out of nowhere, to be fair. I just don't understand. But whatever, unimportant. Let's get back to the topic. I keep getting distracted. Yeah, it's just like that reply was so fucking funny to me. It's just imagining the Green Goblin mask going, "J.K. Rowling." And her being psychotic as fuck. And like, but let's see what pinkwashing is, chat. This very educational video. And here's the info on it. Made 5 years ago, by the way. God damn. 5 years ago. Before October 7th, by the way.
For a long time, Israel's had a very progressive approach to lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender rights. Tel Aviv is considered one of the most gay-friendly cities in the world. Though some of the rules are complicated, same-sex marriages are recognized, gay couples can generally adopt, and gay people serve openly in the military. Israel doesn't shy away from this. Actually, it invests a lot of money into promoting its gay-friendly image, doing things like funding pro-Israel movies with gay themes and running tourism campaigns that position Israel as a world gay destination.
The parade here in Tel Aviv is the only parade in the world that is part of the city schedule, produced by the city and completely paid by the city.
The question that many people ask is, why? One theory is pinkwashing. The term pinkwashing didn't originate in Israel, but came from the fight against breast cancer and the pink ribbons people wore to show their support. Activists coined the term to refer to companies that claimed to support people with breast cancer, but actually profited off the illness. In 2011, a Jewish professor at City University of New York wrote an op-ed for the New York Times applying the concept of pinkwashing to Israel. The idea here is that the Israeli government doesn't actually care about the rights of individual LGBTQ people, but rather is using the movement to rebrand Israel in order to cover up its mistreatment of Palestinians in occupied territories.
We don't want to allow the Israeli government to use liberal Tel Aviv in order to hide occupied Hebron.
It also gives Israel the opportunity to position itself as a progressive, modern democracy situated amongst homophobic Arab countries.
That same Israel, where gays march proudly in our streets and serve in our parliament, including, I'm proud to say, in my own Likud party.
It is true that homosexuality is illegal under Hamas's rule in the Gaza Strip, and the Palestinian territories have no specific civil rights legislation.
Why is that, though? That's one thing I don't like about this video. They're like, oh, I mean, of course, like, let's just show all of the, you know, these Hamas people, like, you know, these terrorists. It's like, no, of course they're terrorists, and of course, like, yeah, they have no, there's no law against that helps protect gay people. And it's like, okay, because they don't control, they don't have the option to have like their own government, by the way. Who controls that? Israel. And whenever there's someone who's willing to govern the place, they either choose a bad person to govern it or they kill them. So it's like, how is this place supposed to advance in any way or form when you keep discriminating them against? Because LGBT and all that is super haram. Yeah, but so it's also super haram in Christianity. Who gives a fuck? Like I just said, I used to be a transphobe. I used to be homophobic. That was taught to me by Americans with their Christianity. What the fuck is the difference? There's no difference. There's no need to say that. It's haram everywhere in the world. You go to hell for being gay. That's what I was taught. You go to hell if you want to be a girl. If you want to transition, you will go to hell. That's what I was taught. What's the difference? Hello? Like, what is this reasoning? It's so stupid. They're basically using that just to demonize Palestinians. So it's like, hello? We gotta think critically here. America does this as well, by the way. Not just Hamas. Americans do that. Also, oh, okay.
And that protects gay people from discrimination or harassment.
Again, there's like no real government. Oh my god.
The gay community who don't exist in Gaza. If they
Why? Why don't they exist? And they do. There is gay people. There is LGBTQ Palestinians. Why are we pretending like they don't exist? They do exist.
do exist, they have to keep very, very quiet about it because they're persecuted.
By you guys when you bomb them. Yes, true.
So this shows about equal rights, about
human rights, equal rights. How are they supposed to have that when you're killing everyone? Okay. I literally, it's like, it's the same thing in America. Owie. But slowly but surely, a society's able to advance, right? If you let it advance. But these fuckers don't let, they control the water, like the amount of water, food. And they've, not just now, they've done that for years, by the way. They've done that for years where they control the water, they control the food, everything. Even materials that go into Palestine. Palestinians are not allowed to travel if they're born in Palestine, by the way. They're just trapped in Palestine. And they love their country, but they can't legally, like, travel to anywhere, any part of the world, unless it's, like, for other reasons that, you know, for, refugee reasons, right? Why? Because, like, Israel has made it clear that they have no rights. So it's like, it's not even a government at this point. Hello, I haven't been here. Hello, Clip. How are ya? Please read the pin, by the way. This is a serious stream, and I'm talking about, like, you know, serious issues right now. So if that's not your cup of tea, you know, just a fair warning. Viewer discretion is advised. But still, welcome. I'm happy you're here either way. But yeah, it's like, okay, I will listen. Thank you. I gotta scoot into my bed again. Take care, Tama and friends. Thank you, Snell. Have a good night, by the way. Good night, though. Thank you for joining, by the way. Snell has been very supportive. And I'll shout you out, Snell, by the way. Snell is also a streamer, y'all, if you guys didn't know. I know, but did you guys know? Did you see it? Did you see their stream? Oh, hi, Michu. Thank you for the lurk as well. So, they were last streaming Repo. Repo has been really fun, y'all. Actually, for real. Repo has been super duper fun. So, you guys should follow Snell as well. It's a great stream. Thank you, Snell. Hope you have a good rest, and thank you for the support. You guys should follow Snell. But yeah, it's like this video, I mean, it's 5 years old, of course. But looking
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Thank you, Michu. I'll drink water. But looking at like the last few seconds / minutes of this video, they explain pinkwashing, but for some reason they feel the need to demonize Palestinians by just equating them to Hamas and giving the Israeli people a voice about their opinions about human rights in Palestine. But where are the Palestinians saying their side of the story? They're not using Palestinian voices as much. Maybe in the end here we will see it. but it's like it's kind of leaning towards propaganda a little bit. Like they're doing a good job, and then they're like, okay, but they're terrorists and they hate all gay people and they will kill gay people at any second, at any moment. But it's like, okay, so far, that's what Israel is doing.
Human rights.
For some, pinkwashing is a straw man argument, insisting that Israel's embrace of the gay community has never been used to justify the occupation of Palestine.
It has been used to justify the occupation of Palestine, and I will show clear evidence of that in the next video.
These folks argue that celebrating and ensuring rights for LGBTQ people is always a net positive, especially in contrast to the often brutal treatment of gay people by some Arab and Muslim groups.
Okay, but why are you just outing the Arab and Muslim groups? Why aren't you adding Americans? Thank you for the shout out too. I'm on health break right now, but should be back soonish. Oh my god, yes, we need more civic building, Snail. Thank you, by the way. But no, take your time to rest. Just take your time. Take your time. I took my time. You should take your time too. Gracias again. But it's like, yeah, like Hamas hates homos. Okay, but Americans hate homos too, by the way. That's what I was taught. Mexicans hate homos too, by the way. That's what I was taught. Any other culture can be inserted in here that hates homos, by the way. And Hamas doesn't equal Palestinians. That's kind of fucking racist, I feel. A little bit. It's like saying, oh, I mean, well, what do people say about Mexicans? Oh, we're criminals, right? We're drug dealers. Drug dealers hate homos. It's like, oh, what do you mean by drug dealers? Oh, Mexicans? That's racist. Hamas hate homos. Oh, what do you mean by Hamas? Oh, Palestinians? Oh, that's racist. That's racist. Like, what the fuck? Like, open your goddamn eyes. Hello? This video at the end here already demonizing Muslims and Arab people. Like, be equal here. Be equal here. And then they end that with that. And so it says here, the argument, right? The argument was, what was the argument? It has never been used to justify, it's right there, the claim right there. This is the argument.
Community has never been used to justify the occupation of Palestine.
It has never been used to justify the occupation of Palestine. So here's a propaganda comedy video made by the people of Israel. This became very viral, and it's actually one of the videos that Noah something, whatever the fuck their name is, one of the actors in Stranger Things, the Zionist actor from Stranger Things, making fun of Palestinian people being murdered, and then using their LGBTQ identity as a reason as to why they want people in Palestine to be dead. And they liked this video. This happened like 2 years ago. It was a long time ago. But it's one of the reasons why people were boycotting Stranger Things and that actor. Because he was just being a piece of shit. And back when Twitter likes were public, this is what they liked. And I don't even like it. Was so cringe, by the way, but this is how they see LGBTQ people. This is the video they showed to convince people that Hamas and Palestinian people are bad people.
YouTube with Colombia Anti-Semitic News, where everyone is welcome. LGBTQH.
H?
Hamas.
Yeah, I totally sim Hamas.
Yeah.
It's so trending right now.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Do you know why it's true? Because it rhymes. Just look at all this toxic Zionist propaganda. Kidnapped in Gaza. Does this look like Gaza to you?
Yeah, but I have no idea what Gaza looks like.
And they're smiling. Do hostages smile? Zionist liars.
Totally sus.
Do they think we're stupid?
Stupid? I major in queer post-colonial astrology.
They're literally making fun of people from the LGBTQ community. And then being like, see, we're pro LGBTQ. Hamas would kill you, while literally doing like the most homophobic thing ever is like making fun of, or not even homophobic, just like anti-queer thing. The most anti-queer thing is literally doing a right wing, skit. This is like stuff that fucking Trump watchers watch. Making fun of people from the LGBTQ community. It's like, hello? And then they go in this video. It has never been used to justify the occupation of Palestine, but what the fuck is this? This was like from a year ago. Liar. Open your eyes. Boop. And so we won't be able to watch this, but maybe we can watch like a minute of this. This is someone who is genuine and whose voice matters. This is I follow their account on my private Twitter. I don't know if I follow their account in my Tamashi Twitter, but in my private Twitter I do follow this person, and they have done such a lovely job in trying to advocate for Palestinians, and then also admitting the power of pinkwashing. So let's just watch like a minute. Let's see what they say.
Its own social media platforms to speak on behalf of that country is bizarre to me. You know, on the official Instagram account of the State of Israel, they have been going after specific celebrities who have stood in their support for Palestine over the last month, including a series of Instagram stories posted by
I can't see that. What the hell?
About
I have a green screen, my
which
bad.
resulted in Gigi Hadid's phone number getting leaked and her getting like
But it says, there is nothing Jewish about the Israeli government treatment of Palestinians. Condemning the Israeli government is not anti-Semitic, and supporting Palestinians is not supporting Hamas. That's what that says right there. Apologies for the green screen. And then for some reason, the State of Israel is like, okay, well, we're gonna come after you and encourage people to harass you.
hundreds and hundreds of death threats, which he ended up sharing a while later. And I thought the whole thing is just so bizarre, because what does the social media manager of the State of Israel expect from Gigi Hadid, who is a Palestinian woman? But anyway, the official Twitter account for the State of Israel, @Israel, posted 2 photos earlier this week with the caption, "The first ever pride flag raised in Gaza." And I'm going to describe to you the 2 photos. So the first one is an IDF soldier. IDF is the Israeli Defense Force. It's the Israeli military. It's a male white IDF soldier standing in front of this huge tank and holding what is both an Israeli flag and a pride flag. And then the other photo is this same soldier standing in what is presumably Gazan rubble after an airstrike that Israel administered onto Gaza, holding a rainbow pride flag that is written on in black marker and says, "In the name of love." These 2 images circulated the internet really quickly with an intense response. The kind of Zionist social media activist Eve Barlow posted them on her Instagram with the caption, "For the first time in history, pride flags flew in Gaza today. The IDF is bringing democracy to the Palestinian people. My condolences to all the queers for free Palestine. You're losing."
What the fuck is this backwards thinking? They're like, yeah, we killed a bunch of children, families, you know, we're colonizing this country in the name of pride. Like, hello? Huh? And then this video goes. What does this video go? Let's rewind that a little bit. Let's rewind that again. Boop. It goes.
The gay community has never been used to justify the occupation of Palestine.
That's what they're claiming. Yet they're literally occupying Gaza with tanks, by the way, and then showing pride flags on there. And then going, haha, sorry to queers for free Palestine. It's like, what do you fucking mean? Queers for Palestine people are still queer. Like, hello? Huh? What? Huh? What exactly are you flexing here?
Over the last month, like so many people, I've had a lot of really strong emotions about everything that's happening in Gaza. And the emotional reaction that these images of an IDF soldier holding a pride flag over rubble in a recently bombed Gaza really just brought something out of me that I did not recognize in myself, namely confusion. You know, I'm thinking, how can you bring pride
Hi,
to a
Life
place
Runner.
by decimating
Bye,
it?
Tama. Bye, Life
How
Runner.
can Palestinians have democracy, according to Eve Barlow, if they're dead? And as a gay person and as a Jew, I was just wondering, like, was this meant to be a win for people like me? For any gay person? To use the pride flag, you know, something that was born out of oppression, to celebrate the visibility of a community that was systematically made invisible, to use it in the context of war, of conquest, of bombing homes and flattening communities and hospitals, of thousands of dead Palestinian children. Over the last month, I've had so many people from my personal life, people who I grew up with, people who have never once reached out to me to express concern about the state of queer rights or, you know, the free fall of trans rights in this country over the last 2 years, have been reaching out to me to remind me that, you know, hey, you know, you would be murdered if you went to Gaza as a gay person. And it's just weird because I live in the US, and here in the US, over 500 anti-LGBTQ bills have been introduced in legislatures since the start of this year. You have trans people in Florida who are starting Kickstarter campaigns so they can flee their home state because it's not safe to be trans there anymore.
Yep.
The Republican Party has made their hatred for queer people and their conflation of queer people with pedophilia, which is very 1970s, by the way, a core pillar of their campaign messaging for 2024. And I have no desire to compare the state of queer rights here versus those in Palestine or frankly anywhere else. This is not the oppression Olympics, and I, for one, am extraordinarily aware of my privilege living in a place like New York as a queer person. But it does just make me wonder, right? Like, are these people who are reaching out to me to remind me that for sure I'd be murdered if I went to Gaza as a gay person, are they really concerned about the hypothetical safety of me if I were to take a trip to Gaza?
No.
Are they really concerned, more importantly, with the safety of actual Palestinian queer people who do live in Gaza?
No.
Or is this homophobia being wielded as a tool, as a crutch in their argument for why I should feel okay with the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from a land that they once called home? This has all felt like such a distortion of values like queer liberation and Jewishness, values that I'm so familiar with because of who I am. So I started reading some more, and what I was witnessing play out in front of me, you know, the parading around of queer identities to essentially justify and sometimes glorify the ongoing massacre of Palestinians, started to make a lot more sense. The basis for this episode is a book that I read called Israel, Palestine, and the Queer International, which was written by Sarah Schulman in 2012. Sarah is a 65-year-old queer Jewish writer, academic, and activist, and I actually asked her to be on this episode, and she couldn't because she's getting surgery, but she did respond to me, and I absolutely fangirled because, you know, we all have those people who are celebrities to us specifically, and that's kind of who Sarah Schulman is to me. So thanks for responding, Sarah. Anyway, the book is about this. It's about the intersections of queer solidarity and the occupation and ongoing violence against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and dispelling the myth that these are entirely separate issues that are at odds with each other, when actually they go hand in hand because, as Sarah Schulman writes, justice is universal. So before we get into the meat of the episode, I want to explain to you two concepts which are really, really important for understanding what we're going to talk about in this episode. And those two concepts are homonationalism and pinkwashing. These are two words that you might have heard of before and not quite totally know what they mean. And I very much feel like homonationalism and pinkwashing fall into that category.
Actually, I've never heard of homonationalism before. But I guess that's like, when you're... I mean, basically, that's what the state of Israel is doing. It's just like pumping money into being known, to being one of like the #1 places in the world for being pro-gay, I guess, pro-queer. I'm assuming that's what that means. But pinkwashing, I know what that means as well. Pinkwashing is not... I mean, for example, Japan participates in peace washing, where just because they've experienced, the horrors of nuclear war, they claim to be a very peace-loving country, when in reality they're as culpable as any other country in participating in the genocide of Palestinians, which is why there's a lot of protesters in Japan as well. So we're just gonna hear this person describe what homonationalism is, and also pinkwashing, and then I'm going to fully transition to the next topic.
Of like academic left-wing vocabulary that conservatives are definitely like, those are made-up words to describe problems that you're making up. It's very like homonationalism, trans misogyny, they're just making shit up to complain. But I think these words are actually extremely helpful to understand, especially right now. And I'm going to try to distill a bunch of academia into like the easiest possible explanations of these concepts. So I want to give you Sarah Schulman's definition of homonationalism. She wrote, homonationalism is where white gays, lesbians and bisexuals, and in some cases transsexuals, have won a full range of legal rights. Through marriage, parenthood, and family, they become accepted and realigned with patriotic or nationalistic ideologies of their countries. Instead of being feared as the threat to family and nation that they were once seen to be, this new integration, under the most normative of terms, is held up as a symbol of that country's commitment to progress and modernity. Some then identify with the racial and religious hegemony of their countries and join movements opposing immigration or racial and cultural difference.
Yeah.
They construct the other, often Muslims of Arab or South Asian, Turkish or African origin, as homophobic and fanatically heterosexual. So that's pretty academic.
Wow.
And
that's
basically, in my words, what that means is, in a place like the United States, right, where gays have recently won certain very hard-fought victories in the realm of human rights that are specifically Western, right, like being able to marry, being able to serve in the military, we, and by we, I mean Western gays and white liberal allies, cling to those very specific wins and turn them into a symbol of what it means to be, say, American. And so our identities as queer or queer-friendly get wrapped up in our national identity as Americans or British people or any other Westerner. Hence, homo-nationalist. So we start to frame these white Western countries as fundamentally progressive, and we identify with that, while contrasting those feelings with Muslim majority brown countries, which we view as barbaric, uncivilized, and homophobic. And I say Muslim countries because homonationalism is almost always applied this way. It's a racialized viewpoint because it's only ever applied to Muslim homophobia and not, say, Christian homophobia, which is also extremely
exactly, which was I was trying to say earlier. It's like, hey, Christian homophobia is so fucking normalized. Why are we only focusing on the brown people? And yeah, I do sometimes get annoyed with like some people, white LGBT identifying individuals, because it's like they think they're like one of us kind of things, like, oh yeah, you and me, we I'm as equally oppressed as you are. And I'm like, I mean, no, but because at the end of the day, who's, you're gonna, if someone between me and you, who are they gonna kill, kind of thing. It's like, I get that you have suffered, and I get your people suffer as well, and you can get killed as well. But I feel like how Matt is describing this really well, where it's like they cling on to those wins and they assume that they are the morality police. They know what is right and what is wrong, and they have the right to criticize other cultures, especially brown ones, black and brown ones, that in their eyes aren't civilized or barbaric. And the thing is like there's always a reason as to why, like, you know, undeveloped countries or, you know, other cultures with these negative belief systems that might harm people. I mean, it's always usually because of the colonized, you know, they were colonized and kind of forced to have these negative, you know, beliefs and stuff. And even if they do have them, it's like we don't give countries, you know, underdeveloped countries chances to grow. We actually give them chances to regress. And I can't even say regress, but like if you're bombing a country and killing everyone in it, it's like, yeah, they're not going to be focusing on, you know, equality for gay people. They're going to be focusing on fucking survival. So it's like, what exactly is being said here by the Israeli government or like by the soldiers who take these sorts of pictures in Palestine after they just murdered an entire fucking family, and then they go, yes, for the first time there's a gay pride fucking flag in Palestine and in Gaza. It's like, what exactly is the flex here?
Documented. Sarah Schulman wrote, quote, anti-Muslim racists can express some concern for the well-being of gays only when the homophobia is Islamic, and not, for example, Catholic. And Muslim homophobia is considered far more destructive than Jewish, Hindu, or Christian homophobia, and by extension, the U.S. war crimes against Arabs and Muslims are ignored.
Exactly.
Now, as a white American gay person, I recognize these feelings in myself, which is why these words jumped out at me, because I have been that person, you know, reading the list of countries where homosexuality is criminalized and subconsciously letting that justify my own internalized racism, which is bad.
That's
because
bad.
You can't racism away homophobia, because all of these struggles are interconnected. And when I started reading about this, I felt embarrassed. Maybe you feel embarrassed right now, but I think that discomfort is part of the process, is a necessary part of the process of evolving your thinking. All right. Are you still with me? Now we're going to get into pinkwashing. So some people think homonationalism and pinkwashing are the same thing, but there's sort of a fine difference, which I do think is an important one. Homonationalism is an attitude, right? Pinkwashing is when a government exploits homonationalistic ideas through policy, legislation, and marketing. So back to Sarah Schulman, she wrote, while homonationalism is a product of white culture and emerges unconsciously whenever white gay people and their admirers assimilate into racist power structures, it is not deliberate government policy. However, nowhere has homonationalism been more consciously harnessed by governments than in Israel, where the maneuvering of gay rights to support racist agendas evolved strategically from marketing impulses. So essentially, pinkwashing is when governments are like, hey, we can exploit the homonationalist ideas that our citizens have and turn that into legislation that projects onto the world a modern, civilized, gay-friendly view of our country.
Okay, Tama.
May be true to an extent, but that also...
Okay, bye, Tama and everyone. I gotta go to bed now, and tomorrow I'm gonna go somewhere and continue reading my manga. Okay, good night.
Might aid in covering up these otherwise very flagrant and obvious human rights abuses that we're committing. So Eyal Gross, who is an Israeli law professor at the University of Tel Aviv, wrote that, quote, gay rights have essentially become a public relations tool in Israel, even though conservative and especially religious politicians remain fiercely homophobic. And so you might be asking, like, doesn't the United States do that too?
Yes.
And back to Sarah Schulman for a second, she would say yes. In an article she wrote for the New York Times, she added, quote, in Israel, gay soldiers and the relative openness of Tel Aviv are incomplete indicators of human rights, just as, in America, the expansion of gay rights in some states does not offset human rights violations like mass incarceration. The long-sought realization of some rights for some gays should not blind us to the struggles against racism in Europe and in the United States, or to the Palestinians' insistence on a land to call home.
So yeah, and that's where we're gonna stop on that one. And so they, Matt did such a good job in describing that. I learned a lot just hearing about homo nationalism. So like the question is like, if we were to think in extreme ways here, are people part of the LGBTQ community evil people who hate Palestinians? Should we all just, hate queer people? Is that the solution here? I hope someone says no. I'm not gonna I'll say no, because like if no one says anything that will look bad. No. Okay, no. Because at the end of the day, I also just kind of want to like, I feel like at this point, considering like a lot of people are from different countries and belief systems, I do want to agree a little bit, not agree, but like mention to a certain extent that I feel like a big issue that we as people still have a hard time conquering is transphobia, especially. And I feel like LGBTQ plus stuff keeps is slowly and surely being more accepted in the world. But lately, and this is mostly America's fault, I feel like people still have this like anti-transphobic beliefs, and I feel like even if people don't mean to, people still say things, especially me, I'm talking about me here, say things with a transphobic undertone. And a little story about me is like, I met my first trans friend when I was what's it called, when I was a student in Japan. What the hell was it? What do you call that? An exchange student. There you go, in Japan. And I lived in a flat, and in that flat, we had my friend. I'm trying to rename them something. I'll just call them John. For some reason, John is always my go-to name. But yeah, we had John living with us with a group of girlies. And it was a struggle for them because, like, they wanted to live with the gender they identified with, and which is being a man. And so not oddly enough, but during that time I was still in my super religious phase. I was still homophobic, and I was still transphobic. And I told John this. I said, John, I don't know if you and me will get along. I'm like a very straightforward person. I went, John, God damn it, I don't believe in this whole trans shit, and but I do believe you have rights. As a goddamn American, I think you're gonna go to hell, but I do believe you have rights, and I hope you can help me see things from your perspective, John. And surprisingly, John was like very patient with me. Oh my god, I'm like deathly embarrassed just like thinking about it. But John made me realize a lot of things, and made me actually, it's one of like the most important interactions and friendships I've ever had in my life, where I met a trans person for the first time, and I realized how much my belief system has been hurting them. And once I thought about it, I'm like, well, why would I hurt someone? One of the annoying things that I fucking dared to do was to misgender them purposely. Why? Because no one told me. But it was like pretty fucking obvious that, they were trans. And I didn't give a fuck. I still kept misgendering them. And And so at some point, I kind of, and everyone would like look at me with evil disdain and like, you piece of shit. And I was being a piece of shit. It's true. I don't disagree with that. But I kind of got tired with it because I was like, okay, if there's something wrong, people should fucking tell me. So I went up to John. I'm like, John, goddammit, what are you? Which again is super fucking rude. Like, what if they were like in the closet and I'm here like forcing them to tell me? You know, it's just fucked up. I was a piece of shit. I was a piece of shit. I'm not gonna hide from it. It's true. And they told me, yeah, Tama, I'm trans, and honestly, I prefer if you would, you know, not misgender me. And you know what? I was like, that's fair. Despite me being transphobic and homophobic and all the phobias out there, I still believe John was a human, and I believe that they had the right, you know, their rights and whatever. So I was like conflicting a lot of things within myself. And honestly, I got along so much with John. Me and John we connected a lot. Like, I think our personalities just really matched. And John could understand me in a certain way, and I could understand John in a certain way. And then eventually I kind of realized it's like my belief systems are wrong, because the way my belief systems want to treat John is in a way that dehumanizes them and hurts them. Now, why would I want to hurt my friend? Why would I want to do that? And so after that, you know, after meeting John, I've lost contact with John. And I think, and it's fair because like you know, I don't know if they ever succeeded in transitioning or not. But the last thing they remember from me is being a fucking transphobe who was trying to learn to not be a transphobe. And they have no right to wait for me, you know. They have no right to see if I changed or not for the better. Perhaps they're afraid that I'll reject them, because I would say that to them. I would say that to them during my transphobic Christianity phase. I'd be like, hey, John, like I'm just gonna tell you right here and now, like, I believe in my beliefs so much, and there might be a day where I have to choose between one or the other. And I'm just here to tell you that I might not choose you, you know? That's so fucked up, you know? So it's like, that's evil. That was me being a piece of shit. But John, I believe John is just scared of me rejecting them. And I've grown as a person. I don't know if John's okay or not. And I've tried to contact them, and they don't have the right to accept me or whatever. But I know that John had so much patience with me, and they understood me and they appreciated me. And I even apologized to them at some point when we were still talking. I said, hey, John, like, I know I may have these, like, fucking beliefs, but I'm so sorry for hurting you, and I'll do my best to not hurt you. You know, I just wish that Tama would have grown up a little bit and used her fucking brain more at that moment and realized, hey, those belief systems I should have just thrown away immediately once I realized I was hurting someone. But here I am now, like, you know, reflecting on that. I've learned. But I still make mistakes. Which is why I want to talk about, like, the discrimination that people face, especially people who identify as trans. And I want to do that by actually looking at a TV show that I used to watch all the time as a child. And it's a TV show run by a Mexican, actually. It's one of the few famous Mexican people in media in my younger days that I can identify with, and I could see that they were trying to show people the truth about, like, discrimination in America. And you guys might have seen this show before. And I want to see 2 instances that this show has done to portray transphobia. Give me a sec. Let me reach out. Sometimes you just end up being the villain in someone else's story. No, but I don't think John ever saw me as a villain. They just saw me as someone who needed help understanding, and they gave me that grace. I don't know how they feel now, of course, but I just want, if they did end up transitioning, I want to celebrate that and deeply apologize for my idiotic beliefs. To be fair, I mean, I was in my early 20s, you know. During that time, your early 20s is a time where you start learning how to grow up. You think of other, of other things in your life, like, it's the moment where you start questioning things. You're transitioning from like being a teenager to slowly growing and learning more about yourself and how you treat people and stuff. And for me, that process was very, very slow. But it was people like John who didn't give up on me, because John could have just like flipped me off and be like, "You're a piece of shit, you stupid bitch." And it would have been their goddamn right to do so. They would have been right to say that, but they didn't. They gave me a chance, and they gave me multiple chances, and it did help me grow, even if it was slow. John is one of the reasons why I am who I am right now. And I wish I could tell them that. But in their honor, I'm gonna talk about the things that they face, and how they're being used sometimes by the wrong people in a way to justify genocide. And so let's move to the show that I was talking about. Boop. And the show is called What Would You Do? So I don't know if people have seen any of the What Would You Do episodes before. But let's see. Let me describe what would you do is. Here you go. What would you do when you think no one is watching? What Would You Do explores the varying answers with the help of hidden cameras capturing individuals who have been placed within seemingly everyday situations that quickly go airy. How do I pronounce that? The individuals on this hidden camera show are forced to make tough calls when directly faced with situations of racism, violence, hate crimes, and other hot-button cultural issues. Catch John Quiñones reporting on these individuals as they make split-second decisions to intervene or mind their own business. What Would You Do airs Friday nights at 9 to 6 on ABC. And so, it's hosted by ABC News correspondent John Quiñones, in which unknowing bystanders are placed in uncomfortable and often compromising real-world scenarios in public. What Would You Do? Hidden cameras focus on the average person's responses and reactions to these issues of social responsibility. Topics such as gay couples being affectionate in public, date rape, racism and racial profiling, interracial couples, abusive parents, drunk driving, harassment of the homeless are touched upon in this series. What will you do? Would you choose to intervene in these situations? Watch and join the discussion. So, I think my neighbor's pissed at me. I can hear him. Am I being that loud though? I don't think I am. I'm trying to be as quiet as possible. Let me put my mic closer to me. But this is a show that has been airing for a long time. Even I would watch it as a kid. And it's really needed because like sometimes like it either gives you hope for humanity or it doesn't. And I like that John really forces people to act or not, and he kind of calls them out a little bit. John is kind of crazy though. It's so funny because sometimes he makes the actors go crazy on doing some crazy shit, right? He goes like, be more racist or whatever, or like he tells them what to say and do, and like whoever is responding to the situation, whoever's reacting to the situation, sometimes they get super pissed, right? And you can clearly see them getting agitated, and people are like, oh, John, stop it, or they're like about to go out there and stop the situation, and then John goes, wait. He goes, wait. Give him more time. Wait. And I'm like, damn, John, you're crazy. It's like someone's about to grab a bat and hit someone for being racist, and then John goes, wait, give it 5 more seconds. Wait. Bye. I may be back here is a present. Oh, thank you, cool Gamas 12. Thank you for dropping by. And if you can't come back, it's okay. The VOD will be up on YouTube as well. I'm streaming on YouTube right now, so actually let me do ! Socials. Unless I have a YouTube. Do I have a YouTube? I keep forgetting. I don't know my own commands. YouTube? Yeah, follow my YouTube if you want to watch VODs easier that way. But yeah, thank you for dropping by. So yeah, let's watch this segment about transphobia. Here we go. It's what would you do? Transgender man is bullied by former classmates. So I want to watch this so you guys can clearly see, remind you guys that, transphobia is a thing, and people who are trans still face this sort of discrimination to this day, and it's important that we cause a scene. I don't know, it's like sometimes I'm the type to just observe too. First I have to assess the situation, but just hearing how long that was going, I would have been like, okay, bitch. I would have just started yelling and shit at that point. Can you shut the fuck up? I get angry at this situation too sometimes, because stuff like this happens to my mom all the time, where some bitch ass starts harassing her for just, speaking Spanish or just being Mexican. And it's always when I'm not there. It's always when I go to the bathroom or I'm changing clothes, that, we're at the mall or something, I'm changing clothes. And I come out and I'm just like, oh, hey, mom. Well, I'm like, mom, why are you me and mom don't get along most of the time. But this time I was like, mom, why are you sad? What happened? And she goes, oh, some fucker just started harassing me because I couldn't speak English. And I was just like, what the? And then I if I would have been there, I would have been throwing hands at some point. And it always happens. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise, because it's I shouldn't be causing scenes and fighting with people. But yeah, in this situation, I just want to, this stuff happens. It does happen, guys. People can't just be themselves without some fucker harassing them. So that's why when you have internalized transphobia, and you truly believe it's oh, men can only be men and women can only be women, whatever the fuck. Okay, whatever you believe in. It's just even stupid jokes or whatever. That's why I don't like dark humor jokes making fun of marginalized people, unless you've made your convictions clear, and also unless you are part of that community yourself. But it normalizes this sort of violence. So It's like whether you like it or not, whether you like trans people or not, you're siding with people who would harass them publicly. And I don't think that's like a good side to be siding with. Like, you have to think clearly here. Are you willing to harass someone over their identity, their gender identity? And if you do, you're a bad person. You're an asshole. And you have to ask yourself questions like I did. Like me, myself, you know, when I met John. You have to ask yourself, why would I want to hurt someone willingly? Okay, this is the whole point as to why I'm making you guys watch this. Yes, it's true. Like, you never know when someone is psychotic enough to like try to hurt them too, if you end up like escalating the situation. So I can understand why someone would try to do things in a more quiet way. But if they're being that persistent, like, bruh, I don't understand how people are able to not say anything. Goes, hey, pops out. He's kind of devious sometimes. Like, I feel like we're gonna be watching more of John Quiñones, What Would You Do? And you guys are gonna see how devious he is sometimes. He's just like, he escalates the situation a bit too much. At least in the older episodes. And I'm just like, John, stop. And then he comes out happy. He's like, I'm John Quiñones. It's 2018. Shit. What year are we in? Oh my god, 2025. Oh. How the fuck are things getting worse, guys? I don't even know. Oh. Sucks, bruh. How are things getting worse, bruh? Oh. He went, it's 2018, guys. Shit. It's 2025, guys. Oh, man. Ugh. Trump is still president again. Oh, I think people in America got so used to John doing this shit that if something crazy happens, it's always in the back of your head. It's like, okay, is this a what would you... Yeah. And then this one is like, surprisingly, it's still an issue. I mean, this topic specifically with the whole bathroom shit is still used to it's used to make laws. Actually, it's literally used to make laws that are anti trans and anti LGBTQ, mostly anti trans though. The whole bathroom issue is such a stupid argument. So I want to watch this one as well, because again, this still happens. I mean, this is being used to make laws to discriminate people. Again, you guys need to, if you have like personal biases where, you know, you make like little cute, and I'm using cute in a derogatory way, like cute little jokes to make fun of like trans people or sexual identities, or gender identities. So you're siding with the pieces of shits that would harass people over it. Just remember that. Yeah, she's really good at being transphobic, guys. Like, these actors go hard, by the way. These are pros. They're a little too good sometimes. I don't know. Oh shit, that was good. Fuck.
What is the message that you're sending to my child by letting a trans person use up a fucking public bathroom?
Well, everybody pees, I guess. Fucking dumbass, bro. Look at her. Even the actor was like, that was a good one. She's like, fuck. She got me good with that one. Oh my god. That is funny as fuck. Guys, everyone fucking pees. Grow up. Like, literally. Shut the fuck up. Let people pee in whatever fucking toilet they want to use.
If I can share a toilet with my brother, why can't you just share a toilet with anyone? Okay, come on. Thank Obama. God damn it. There's a reason why this is happening. He's the reason why humans need to pay. Thank Obama, God damn it. Thank Obama. Again, wanting to take a piss. Man. Fucking Obama. War criminal Obama. Thank Obama. God damn it. The only good thing he does is, encouraging people to bomb people in the Middle East. But one thing I do not accept from Obama is that people need to pay. God damn it.
Well, what do you mean?
He's the one who said that you have to have it allowed to use the woman's room.
I don't even know what he said there. He's like,
He's the one that said that people can pee in women's...
I'm stuck on Obama. He's still going.
I think Obama making people have bladders and just wanting to take a piss at any given time, in any location, in any bathroom, is just preposterous. Is this what America's for? Pissing?
Why is he so stuck on Obama? Literally everyone pisses. Who fucking cares? It's not even a safety issue at that point, okay? Especially in America, really, the country that has school shootings at all times, and you're worried about the person using the women's bathroom. Okay. Like, come on, grow up, man. Think about it. Use your brain. Fucking idiot.
Created that problem.
You mentioned that.
I think if, you're a woman, you're born a woman, you should use the woman's restroom.
Okay, guys, listen. I've been in the men's restroom before. Just for funsies. This is stupid, bruh. Who cares? Literally, like the other boomer earlier was like, we should just have one bathroom where everyone can go one at a time. You're just still proving the point. It's like there's no fucking difference, by the way, because everyone's using the same toilet. Like, come on. It's a public toilet, guys. Public. So it's like, it's harder to commit crimes in there, whatever they're implying. And the ones who commit crimes are men who say it's Obama's fault. It's those people who are the ones doing that shit, by the way. It's the straight males. I hate straight men. Okay, chill. No, I'm not gonna chill. I'm realizing it's like, oh my god, all of my issues are usually, I usually blame straight men for. Because, like, literally, ugh. And I'm half serious here, but guys, listen. This is so stupid. This is how idiotic this whole thing is. They have every right to do what she wants. They're not even misgendering them. This is kind of... So they're capable of being respectful. But again, it is Obama, the toilets, the piss.
Well, I think it allows them to use the woman's restroom, right?
At this time, wasn't this 2018? I don't even think there was a law in that. Okay, John is doing his best. Look, John is not liking this guy. He's licking his lips in dissatisfaction. He's trying so hard not to, like, he's doing his best to be so patient right now. Good luck, John.
It makes me feel uncomfortable. Especially since I have granddaughters. And I really wouldn't want them going into a restroom that has a man.
This argument is like... It's stupid because it's also like... And of course, these guys are kind of brain dead people who think like this, right? But the fact that they're pretending like trans people are purposely trans just so they could hurt women in toilets is so fucking idiotic. It's like, use your brain a little bit more. The reason why someone wants to transition is for it's for their own happiness most of the time. And sexual assault is very low, involving people from the queer community is very low compared to the average straight male. The average straight male funky conquers those numbers. Like, just look it up, okay? You should be worried about like people who identify as straight males, not people who are trans. Like, use your brain, use numbers, use logic. Gah! You're fucking stupid, bro.
Or body parts that are made. It's as simple as that.
Too, 'cause like again, they're imagining this fake situation where the daughter can be hurt, but it's like they're offering for you to go first so you can feel safe. It's just like people are forcing this narrative that trans people are evil and will do evil things in the bathroom, and you give them the opportunity to feel safe, and they still are like, oh, but you will do something even though you're not in the bathroom. Ooh. And that's why the boomer that we were listening to earlier was pissing me the fuck off, because they offered safety, and the actor was still like, oh, you'll still do something, and this idiot, this fucking boomer guy is still like, oh yes, Obama. Like, shut the fuck up.
But she
Exactly. Can you mind your goddamn business? And look at like the whiteness on her face right now. I was like, what'd she just say to me? She just tell me to wipe myself. No, wait. To what the fuck did I say? To mind my own business? What the hell?
does seem to agree with her views.
I agree with you. I do. But I think that's very rude of you to do that.
So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, people are allowed to have dumbass opinions. Of course. But you can still be respectful and humanize people and realize that, like, when you disrespect someone in any way or form, especially in the form of dark jokes, again, I'm telling you, that's why I keep saying I don't like dark humor sometimes, because it's like, if you're not part of the community, or if you don't make your convictions clear, you have no right to joke about certain things. Okay, if you do, then you're a piece of shit. So at least this person, even though despite them not having, the best opinion, they at least have some, like, goddamn respect.
I'm just not comfortable with.
So even despite her, and I think I was like in that stage in my life as well when I met John. Well, not this John, but the transgender John that I'm talking about. Where it's like, oh yeah, I'm Christian, I'm supposed to love people, yada yada. And then, but I was being rude, and I realized I was being rude, and it's like, that's not right. And slowly but surely, I changed my viewpoints in life. And, like, people just need that patience. Like, we all as humans know what's right and what's wrong. And sometimes you just need that patience. You need people to give you chances. And this person, like, proved themselves to understand basic human fucking empathy. Despite them not fully being on board with, like, the whole bathroom thing. Because she said in the beginning, like, no, yeah, I agree with you, but you're being fucking rude. You're being evil. And that's the thing, is, like, once you start realizing that, naturally, the rest will happen naturally. I think that person eventually will have figured out that's like, hey, you know what? Trans people do deserve equal rights. And you know what? I think this time, I think it's okay if they use any fucking bathroom they want. Why? Because they recognize, like, that the the person, the trans person, was being discriminated against. That was discriminatory. And she, as a Black person, understood what it means to be discriminated against. Me, as a, as a Mexican American, understands what it's like to be discriminated. And it's like, once I started connecting the dots, despite it being a very slow process, I did eventually change for the better. Took a lot of years though, unfortunately. But this is why I do give people chances. And once I realize someone is doing things on purpose, like despite me giving them chances, if they're purposely trying to hurt someone or me, that's when I start backing off. But the intention, like this person agreed with the person who didn't want the trans person to use a bathroom, but their intentions were good. They did not want to hurt anyone. And despite them having beliefs that might hurt the person in question, they still decided to speak up and do what's right, even if they didn't fully agree with things. The intention, guys, is what's important. And I feel like we need to give people the chance to fully develop those intentions. But once something is done on purpose to spite someone, to hurt someone, I think that's very obvious. And I think we can tell the difference of that. And sometimes we get confused between those two things, unfortunately. So, before you want to attack someone for having a different opinion as you, just like focus on like, what is the intention here? Are they purposely trying to hurt someone? Or do they just need time and more chances to grow? And you as an individual can be like, am I willing to give this person the chance to grow or not? And once you do, and it's difficult, like at the same time, it's like some people don't deserve your grace. That's fine and that's totally valid. But I feel like this is what this world needs to make the world a better place, is that people aren't given as many chances as I was given. People aren't given chances to grow. And I honestly think that people just don't want others to grow, and that's wrong. We should encourage change. We should encourage growth. Once that's being disrespected, however, and used against you, then yeah, that's when you can, fuck off and tell that person to fuck off and cancel them and whatever the fuck. But if someone is remorseful for what they did, or if they truly want to change, or they don't want to hurt someone, it's up to us to recognize that and see the difference. So, let's see this last scene in the rest of the video. I think we have like 3 minutes left, and unfortunately it's like 1 a.m. for me almost, and my bedtime is around 40 minutes. I'll watch the rest of this, and I guess we'll end this TamaTalks. I really wanted to talk about the transgender article that I wanted to share you guys about. Maybe I might go through it next week, but I'll try to connect it maybe for next week's topic. I still don't know what next week's topic will be, but I hope you guys can wait for that. I will choose a different topic, but maybe I'll incorporate the article that I wanted to share with you guys later. It's pretty late for you indeed. It's just almost 1 a.m. I've always said my bedtime was around 1:30, so it's okay. Hi Nifhawk, hi Nola, hi Matrix. Everyone please read the pin. I'm having a serious stream right now. All the memeing and stuff will be done, not on Tuesdays or, starting tomorrow. If you guys are chill with that, please enjoy the show. We're almost ending, however. So, yeah. You guys can also watch the VOD
if you guys are interested in what I talked about, or subscribe to my YouTube and see the VODs there as well, because we're dual streaming, guys. Oh my god. Anyway, let's watch the rest of this video.
Time, Jazz is back.
Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, sorry, you're right. I'm talking about wow, I don't know why I started speaking Japanese. Give me a sec. Right now we're on my third topic, which is transgender rights, and right now we're watching the last 3 minutes of a show called What Would You Do? And this is John Quinones and Jazz. And right now they're doing a scenario that encourages people to see if they're gonna, you know, stand up for someone getting discriminated against for being trans. And I just want to reflect on that, watch this, and voice my opinions on it. But there's only like 3 minutes left, so I'm gonna end soon. Yeah, I'll need to watch the VOD. Was here just for an hour or so. Oh, thank you for being willing to watch the VOD. That means a lot. Hi, Michu. Hi, Princess. Okay, let's see. Wow. Wow.
Hi guys, John Quinones here. Thanks
Hi,
so
John.
much for checking out our YouTube channel. There's so much more to see. So click on this red button down here, the one that says subscribe, and you won't miss another What Would You Do moment. Enjoy.
Okay, well, there wasn't a red button. Sorry, John. I will not subscribe. Okay, I'm just kidding. I guess I'm not actually subscribed. I'm a piece of shit. Ethical reacts. Boop. But wow, I'm dying. So yeah, this was from 5 years ago, by the way. Things are, I feel like, getting worse, maybe in at least American society and around the world. But my takeaway from this, or things, or something that I want you guys to take away from this, is that I believe that people just need to be more open-minded and use their brains more. Because like, even if you disagree with something, these people still get harassed, and right now, like I said earlier, like there's laws. Like, they used the whole bathroom excuse thing as a reason to make laws that discriminate even more worse things that they claim trans people would do in a bathroom or anywhere else or whatever the fuck. It's like, that's why we gotta like think about our actions. And when you deal with people with like negative opinions like that, but who like show some sort of humanity, because like, again, we saw the people in here who kind of agreed with the harasser, but could clearly see that someone was being discriminated against, and they were like, yeah, that's not right. It's just like, when you have opinions that agree with people who would harass someone, that's where you need to check yourself and be like, okay, am I believing this the right thing right now? Because what I believe in is what this harasser believes in. And on the contrary as well, like, because I used to be that person. I used to be that person who would believe in things that harassers would believe in. And when I met my trans friend at that time, it really helped me become the person who I am. And that's because someone believed in me and someone was willing to be patient with me. And I've had many instances as well where, you know, people gave me the chance to change, and I was able to change. So it's like, vice versa. Let's all try to recognize the intentions of people, and let's try to encourage change, positive change. you will know the difference between someone who's purposely trying to hurt you or someone, and someone who's just like, who's been raised in the world to hate, but doesn't want to hate. They're hesitant. They know right from wrong, but just they're not quite there yet. We need to help change those people, because at the end of the day, people make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. It's up to some people, at least in my case, it's up to me to help someone, you know, change for the better. I feel like that's my purpose in life. And I hope people can have that same purpose as well and recognize those things. Let me turn on my music. Oop. Let me read chat. I think the whole trans thing is still pretty new, and most people don't really know how to feel about encounters like that. No, it's not new. This is pretty old, honestly. I mean, it's new in the sense that it's becoming more accepted, but this was from 5 years ago. And we're still having issues of people harassing others. I don't think it's new. Some are pro and some are so against. Yeah. And the thing is like, it's because we don't talk about it, and it's because we don't do, not we, but like as a society, so far, and our governments, by the way, it's our governments, are doing their absolute best to dehumanize people they don't like, all for the sake of Western Christianity or Western values. And it's up to us, the average people, to go against that, because at the end of the day, we're all equal, we're all human. This whole trans stuff is hardcore. They really fight each other down in many ways. Is hardcore? Is hardcore? Is that what you wrote? They really fight each other down in many ways. What do you mean by that? Like trans people? Not even once I have seen a trans person in my country for now face to face. Well, yes, Matrix, that's the whole point. They are a marginalized community. They're a minority. That's why they're so easy to pick on. That's why people want to hate them and discriminate against them. And that's why we need to stop that. That makes perfect sense. Of course. Why do you think people try to harass them all the time? I know some trans that are female. Well, they don't identify that, but turn man and want to fight in LARP the same way as men, but can't course. They still have female parts. Trans and non-trans fight each other. Let me read that again. That doesn't sound right. I know some trans that are female but turn man and want to fight and LARP the same way as man, but can't because they still have female parts. I don't see the point of writing that. I mean, what does that prove? What's the point of that? Like, what's your point there? Because, like, I know men that I can beat the shit out of. Are you saying that a skinny ass white dude that I can imagine right now, that I can beat the shit out of easily, is that person not a man? Because I can beat the shit out of them? But they have male parts, right? Because there are people out there that are men that identify as men, and I can beat the shit out of them. So by your logic, if someone who was born female and they transitioned into a male, they're LARPing because they can't beat up a person who was born male and identifies as male. There's no real logic to that. I don't see that as LARPing. If they identify as male, then they identify as male. I don't think that's LARPing. But if they're trying to use toxic masculinity to, you know, prove that they're male, then yes, that's an issue. But that's more of a psychological issue imposed by negative gender norms that they're forced to deal with every day of their lives. I don't really see that as something negative from the LGBTQ community or the trans person themselves. I see that more as a mental turmoil thing, like, you know, a way of suffering. And I think
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
I think that's society's fault rather
Drink
than
water, you dehydrated bitch!
than it being like a trans issue. Bye bye, take care everyone, and Tama, bye, meet you. Ah, okay, this goes for a long way from what I meant. Aha, okay. It's just, I didn't like the word LARPing being used on there. I was like, wait, what does that mean? Also, I think that it matters where you put the line. Also, the bathroom thing, for example, if the trans person in question has male genitalia, I would have my doubts letting them in the woman's bathroom with my kid. But the thing is, oh my god. I mean, I addressed that earlier. But the thing is like, why are you assuming that the trans person is going to hurt your daughter in the bathroom? And it's what I said earlier, the logic of like, you expect that from the trans person, but you don't expect that from the male in any situation. Like, you're focusing on the trans person, not on the straight male, the straight man, in any situation, in any instance. For example, I'm just gonna be straight up. I feel safer near a trans man than from a straight man. Now, I've mentioned this randomly to someone. Like, I just said it out of nowhere. I don't know what the fuck we were talking about. I don't even know how this comment like came out of my mouth. But I was like, I hate straight men. Why? Because straight men make me feel unsafe. Who has made me feel more safe? Trans men. Honestly. Or men from the LGBTQ community. Trans men or trans woman, whatever. Both apply to that. A transgender is not gonna if you look at evidence, if you look at the math, if you look at the numbers, if you look at reality, a straight man is more likely to harm me than a transgender person in the bathroom. That's just facts. And a simple Google search will prove that. But this whole culture thing of always assuming that the trans person in the bathroom is going to hurt someone, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but looking at the numbers, the person more likely to do that is a straight man. And not only in the bathroom, anywhere. So I'm not going based off of my feelings. I'm not going based off of my opinion. I'm going based off of cold, hard facts. Just pure logic. So like, never said it's a trans issue. Oh, well, I don't know, I guess I read it wrong, but it says here, this whole trans stuff is hard because they really fight each other. So I was like, oh. Oh, but fighting like the trans and the non-trans fight each other. I mean, the thing is like, if there's non-trans people and trans people fighting each other, it's most likely because the trans person is being discriminated against. So, that's purely my opinion, of course. I think it would go the same even if it was a man. No, by that you're factually, you're wrong. I mean, if there was a man going to the woman's bathroom, I would straight tell him hell not. But the thing is, the man doesn't. The man, again, by using pure logic here, the man doesn't identify as a woman. So by logic, they are trying to cause harm because they're entering a place that they don't identify in as. A trans person identifies as a woman, or if they're like a trans woman, they identify as a woman. They're not going there to harm someone. Why? Because they're just literally just trying to take a piss. But a man who doesn't identify it as a trans person, why the fuck, if they don't identify as a trans person, why are they going into the bathroom? To harm someone. That makes sense. I met a case not long ago when a trans man beat his girlfriend. So I'll say that overall the majority of people nowadays are delulu, straight, or not trans or not. No. You're using one case to identify a whole ass minority of people. People who hate me for being Mexican use rare cases against me that, you know, of course, everyone's capable of bad. That's, again, that's pure logic and that's obvious. Anyone is capable of doing something bad. But when you use one instance or a very small percentage of bad things done by someone to identify a whole ass community as someone dangerous, that's discriminatory and that's transphobic, homophobic, or whatever. When people do it to me, it's racist. That's why when people call me, you know, a drug smuggler, every time I go to the airport, I always get pulled to the side because they always think I'm smuggling drugs. Why? Because Mexicans do that. That's racist. Or what else do people say? I mean, people also say that Mexicans are rapists. So people assume me or people from my family are rapists. They assume that I steal jobs. Stuff like that. When you look at the numbers don't say that. So I think it's very dangerous to use rare cases to just casually, you know, demonize a very small group of people. That's why people willfully hear that shit, don't do research, basic research, by the way, and use reasoning to harass people like the people in this video was doing. You are correct, Tama. I got something I want to say about in a little bit. Take what I say with a grain of salt, not trying to undermine anyone in this situation. How many straight men and how many trans exist in the world? If we go by numbers, obviously, wouldn't man win by a landslide? No, that's what I'm saying. Every bad thing that has been done to me, publicly, privately, and as a child, by the way. You guys are saying, or, you know, not you guys, my bad, but by these logic, I'm just gonna use my experiences. I've been sexually abused by straight men. Oh, my entire life. I still get sexually abused, harassed. I still get, that stuff still happens to me. Still. And I expect it to happen. Again. If we look at the numbers, like even by my experiences, it's true, it happens. And the numbers prove that. The numbers prove that straight males are just more dangerous than any trans man out there. And even if there is a trans man out there that's committing crimes, it's like a very rare occurrence that does not represent the majority. And I'm sorry, but like straight males are just more weirdos and not in public bathrooms everywhere. It's facts. But people are more willing to demonize trans people and not take their pain seriously because of these urban legends that people hear about trans people that usually aren't even true. Which is the whole point of this video being made. So people can see that, you know, trans people face more discrimination rather than them attacking random people in toilets. But yeah, and that's what I'm trying to show to people. People's minds won't get changed overnight. But I'm happy that people are willing to share their opinion, even if it differs from mine. Because again, my whole point here is to implant that, that questioning in your brain. Like if you're agreeing with something that is used to demonize a group of people, I think you need to take a step back and rethink, you know, your belief system, basically. I got here late, so I'm not 100% sure of what got said, so that's why I didn't say anything till now, since I had to take a minute to understand overall. No, it's okay, it's fine. I don't think I'm fighting with anyone or anything. I'm just saying facts, you know. Like, I'm just trying to turn this conversation into a logical one, rather than the I heard this or he, she, they said that, and just overgeneralizing. I don't like doing overgeneralizations. I like doing research. And I have done research. Look at this. This is the article actually I wanted to share with you guys, and I even wrote notes here. Again, like, I take this shit seriously, right? I read all of this. And honestly, that's why I'm saying that some people... Look, this is me writing notes. This is a research article. If you're not doing research on these group of people, then I don't think anyone has the right to be like, maybe this transphobia thing isn't a real thing, honestly. Like, they could, you know, literally, it's like, you have to do the research kind of thing. And saying casual stuff like still saying stuff like, people are willing to hurt, like assuming that a transgender person has a possibility of hurting someone, of attacking someone in the bathroom just because they haven't fully transitioned and aren't able to transition. They have like male parts. It's like, that's dangerous. That's dangerous thinking, and that's discriminatory, you know? Tama, could you post the link to the article? I mean, this article is an example of me researching stuff. This article is basically, how do I say this? But honestly, this article, from what I was talking about, doesn't pertain what I was just talking about. But you can literally, I can just go to Google right now and just do like a comparison between straight male violence and what? Is it trans man? Trans violence. Maybe this, I don't know if this will pop out what I want, but new data LGBT across all of them are male violence versus female violence. So look, on the contrary, a lot of like the first research results here are saying that LGBT people are more likely to suffer from sexual violence than the latter. Key statistics about men and women violence. So let's see. I mean, again, you can do your own research, but this article is talking about how to respond to people who are being homophobic and transphobic. But I can easily find an article that shows the numbers and between, like, you know, straight men doing shit and trans people doing shit. I just need to do research on it, which is what I'm encouraging you to do. But this specific article is not talking about what I'm talking about. This specific article is talking about how to respond to people who show homophobia and transphobia, even if they don't mean to do it. That's the whole point of this article. I can still share it though. Here, I'll copy and paste. But I wasn't able to share my opinion on it. I was planning on doing it next week. But again, like, you doing your own research and looking at the numbers. Let's see. Statistics. Straight male sexual violence statistics. Oh, cool. Sexual violence in the US, at least in the US. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 damn, wow. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men will be raped at some point in their lives. Fuck. Oh, 46.4% of lesbians, 74.9% of bisexual women, and 43.3% of heterosexual women reported sexual violence other than rape during their lifetimes, while 40.2% of gay men, 47.4% of bisexual men, and 20.8% of heterosexual men reported sexual violence other than rape during their lifetimes. Okay. Let's see. I want to see crime reports. Rape is also more underreported crime. 63% of sexual assaults are not reported to the police. That's true. Oh wait, what? But I wanted to see what has been reported and what like, and compare the numbers. What are the odds of being assaulted by the man? This is showing male victim. I feel like Google has gotten worse. Jesus, straight sexual violence is male. What if maybe the straight is confusing Google? This is why I research before, you know, and then I show you guys stuff. Men also experience that, but that's not my question. What is the statistics for male violence? Wow, that's a lot of males. But this is male violence. This is domestic abuse. God damn it. I have to look for the research myself. Sexual assault? Yeah, this is not the questions. But if I were to like look for this and then read articles and stuff and get you the correct articles, it would take me hours. Again, like the doc I made for myself actually to prepare for this stream. And again, my point of showing you guys all of this, showing you the article and also showing you like what I'm doing to have the opinions that I have is just to show you that I'm putting in the effort to make sure I know what I'm talking about to a certain extent. Of course, I don't know everything. But my whole point of saying that was be like, if you're not doing the research like this, then you can't really say anything. But here's like, I'm just gonna show you my Google Doc that I made for all of this. This is pages of me. This is my writing, by the way. My links and everything. For myself. Okay? I want you, if people are gonna be saying that you know, trans people have the possibility of, you know, of hurting someone in the bathroom, I want you to be able to research as much as I'm researching right now to humanize these people, okay? That's my whole point. But I'll talk about this article next week. And I guess I can also do the comparisons. I mean, I guess next week I can still do a trans topic, I suppose. There's nothing wrong with that. I guess next week I can do that. Maybe I'll try to remember, and then I'll show the proper research. I mean, it's true. I should show evidence of what I say. Where was the research of the article located, since it could be vary a lot depending on where it's from? I personally haven't met anyone IRL against trans people, but obviously there still exist people in every country. Of this article, there's literally rootledge, and it's actually an article from a textbook called Discourse Studies in Cultural Politics of Education. So it's like, I wouldn't be sharing stuff that isn't a trusted source. I'm not a Redditor. I agree with Tama that some straight men are dangerous as fuck. But also depends against what you put in against. Out of 100 straight men, 20% did bad things. Then if you say that out of 10 trans men, only 2 did something bad, then that's also 20%. Same statistic, but smaller number of individuals. No, usually when it comes to statistics, they it's put with more research and more effort, they wouldn't, like, actual good evidence and research would not even put those two comparisons together, because that's not logical. It has to be equal. So again, yeah, but yeah, like, yeah, the 100 straight men, well, at the end of the day, it's like 100 straight men, and 20% of that is a lot of people. So it's like, yeah, I get what you're trying to say there. Google don't want us to learn things for real. No, yeah, Google's kind of like, Google has also changed in the way where it's like I ask it something and it shows me something completely different. I think even Google, I feel Google has gotten dumber. You're doing great work and speaking out to try to help others. I'm not saying much since I personally feel attacked as a straight... Whoa! So you feel attacked as a straight white male, but I also mature enough to understand people got their opinions, research, thoughts, and debates. We can't go further in life if someone don't speak out. No, yeah. I'm not saying it's not trusted source. I'm saying, oh god, fucking emote, bruh. God damn the fucking emote. The 7TV emotes. I'm saying where their research was done. The location? I mean, again, you guys can find that for yourselves, right? I think we're all adults here. God, fucking emo, bro. That this emo is so distracting for me too. It like resets my brain a lot. I got to say that I love how the talks evolve. Like all this mature and calm talk and explaining things and exchanging thoughts and opinions. No, yeah, that's the whole point of that's the whole point of TamaTalks for me. If I were to like just yell at Matrix right now, and again, Matrix, this is like you're gonna have to watch the VOD because this is the whole point of me doing TamaTalks. If I were to like just yell at you guys right now and call you like pieces of shits and you guys are evil and will never blah blah blah, stuff like that, right? If I were to hashtag cancel you right now, if I were to open up fucking Twitter, right, and then be like hashtag cancel Matrix or whatever the fuck, then I'm not encouraging you to grow, right? I'm not encouraging you to use your brain. I'm not encouraging you to use empathy. I'm not encouraging you to do research and look at the numbers. I'm encouraging you to continue to have your own opinion that will hurt someone else in the future. And this whole toilet talk has been used to hurt people in the trans community. It's just a reality. And I need people to understand that, but you won't be able to understand that if I start like fucking crashing out, right? And that's the whole point of TamaTalks for me. Because like at some point I used to think like you guys. That used to be my opinion. Again, and again, if you guys have to just look at the VOD because like I've talked about my whole transphobic journey already. And it's already my bedtime, so but just watch the VOD and you'll see what I mean. The whole point here is for me to encourage people to have more empathy and have you know, think more logically and not just believe everything they hear. Yeah, we are. I was just curious if that was part of your research, like where it is. I mean, yeah. I mean, this specific one, I think was done in New Zealand and Australia. Actually, look, see all of these schools here. Mostly the main places were done in New Zealand and yeah, right here, New Zealand and Australia. I really enjoyed it, but this is like an article for someone who like already perceives, who agrees with my beliefs I think this is a bit high level. Like, if you guys don't think, well, I mean, maybe, but this is like, it says homophobia, transphobia, young people in the question of responsibility. So it's a very interesting article because it questions how people should react to homophobia and transphobia, and how exactly that either helps or makes things worse. And basically what I just said earlier is basically the same thing this article said. And I wanted to share that, but I don't have time, unfortunately. Yeah, I want to watch the vlog because I wasn't there for the most part. And I really want to hear and see what's going on with the transphobia / homophobia, because there are things I don't know and understand still. No, yeah, like a lot of people don't understand. And at some point I was in your situation, Matrix, and I'm sure a lot of people are in that situation as well. So, but like, I'm here and willing to say that if I hear anything that could hurt an individual or a group of people, I will call it out, but in a respectful way, of course. And again, chat, see, like, whoever's watching the VOD, like I said earlier, the intention, chat, or VOD watchers, the intention. You know the difference. You can tell the difference between someone who's like almost there but not quite there yet and just needs that help, that extra push, and someone who's intentionally trying to cause harm. That's why it's always, always, always important to distinguish that difference. And I guess we'll talk about that in the next TamaTalks next week, okay? I will always have my own opinion. I might not agree 100% with some people, but I might pick up 0.5% of their opinion into my opinion. Some opinions are not bad, but they put into bad words, and that ain't helping the cause. I know I have my own opinion that might not be agreed with most people, but that's because I see most stuff in a different way. I don't see mostly with an emotional viewpoint because my autism, and I see it more in an efficient way. No, yeah, and efficiently I can agree. I like, that's why I keep saying I'm looking at the numbers and I'm looking at the facts. It's just the fact that the whole toilet discourse is used to discriminate and hurt, and in worst case scenarios, kill.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Kill, and also
drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Hurt people in the trans community. And I won't back down from saying that because it's true. But I drank water. I'm going to end the stream now because I'm going to just keep yapping and I won't be able to stop. I hope this was educational for y'all. And I hope it helped you encourage critical thinking, logic, and most important of all, empathy. Yeah. I'm going to finish the stream. I'm not raiding out because I don't raid out during TamaTalks. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, and tomorrow is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday, or today's Wednesday technically. It's Wednesday, and I will be streaming Hollow Knight. Yeah, and this time I'm gonna try to play with a controller because apparently you can do that. I did not know that. Anyway, thank you for joining TamaTalks. Hope you guys can watch the VOD for the full context of everything. I'm really happy that there's people out there who are willing to watch the VOD. I had like 2 to 3 people say they're gonna watch the VOD, so that made me super duper happy. And there was a lot of people who stayed throughout the, throughout most of my episode today. It was pretty heavy and a hard episode to go through, but I'm happy people were willing to listen. I'm gonna try to relax off stream now a little bit and I guess start thinking about next week's TamaTalks as well. I'm gonna have to do a lot of work and figure out my next topic. But yeah, always remember though to Think of the bigger picture. Never believe what you're told. Do research first and think for yourself. But always do it for the sake of empathy, not for the sake of like hurting people. And to those who like have the same opinion as me, just learn the difference between someone like trying to hurt you and or someone who's just not quite there yet. And I feel like I've learned how to distinguish between those two, which is probably why like people question me a lot and ask me why I give many people chances in certain aspects of my life. But it's because I know I can tell the difference between those intentions. And sometimes I can't, but eventually I do realize the intentions, right? And once you realize the intention of like someone trying to hurt you or someone else or not, that's when, yeah, you should back off and give up and shit. But most of the time, in my opinion, a lot of people are just confused as fuck, bruh. They don't even know what they're thinking. They're just brainwashed. And so, if I can help steer someone into the right way of thinking, then well, god damn it, that is my job and I'll do my best. Yeah, and that's the whole point of TamaTalks. Yep. That's right. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm probably gonna, I don't know, play some, like a round of the Latro while hearing some music, relaxing a bit, and then go into binge. But yeah, the stream will end after the song ends, so I'll see you guys later. I'll mute now and get ready to end stream. Bye bye.
愛してるから今